Lag. We don't like lag here. God damn it. I'm gonna blame the rest of the family. Hello everyone. How are we all? Hopefully it may... I'm not seeing any issues on my end. We'll see. We'll see. It could be a thing. See how it goes. But yeah, I'm not seeing any issues on my side for the moment. With that said though, hope everyone had a good Christmas or Hanukkah or holiday period. Still got the new year to go, so I'm not going to wish anyone a new year yet, because that's tomorrow. No, it's not. A couple of days yet. I don't even know what day it is anymore. It's been a period. I've eaten well. I've drank well. And yeah, it's time for the emperoring. Hello, folks.
Hiya.
Hello.
How are we all?
Well, I know it died a week.
More than me. More than me. It's Wednesday, of course. Yeah, welcome back. Episode 3 of The Blazing Seraph, our playthrough of Imperium Maledictum. Game by Cubicle 7. We've been enjoying ourselves thus far. It's been different, learning a different system, different characters, but and fighting with with Foundry, but I think we've cracked it. So with that said, Faust, my little demagogue.
Little demagogue, he's buttering me up.
What happened last week? Was it last week? It was last week. What happened last week?
Yeah, it was last week.
Days just blurs.
Well, I do believe we started off in our shithole of a room, and we had a little visitor in the form of a servo skull giving us information, the name and the radio, well, the Vox link to get in touch with them. We also had somebody to interrogate. He knew nothing at all, and for his services to the Emperor, he was posted out of the slats in between the windows, like a package from Amazon, just crammed in.
They were delivering that package.
I know.
Regardless.
Yeah. I'll make it fit. And fit he did. And I'm sure there's a lovely stain where he landed somewhere. But we got the Vox link to our thing.
Contact.
What's his name? I pressed J.
Oh yeah. We've got a J button now. Obviously, if anyone wants to, who's in game, you can have a flick through and see.
Leo rants.
Yeah, good old Leo.
Legless Leo.
Yeah, so we got his Vox. We tried to call him, and he didn't pick up. Somebody else did, and they were like, "Hey, he owes us money." I'm like, "Fucking typical. Can't get the work nowadays. It's just terrible." So we're like, "Okay, well, now we've got to find out where he's been kept so we can get him back." So we delicately went about our business and went to the local information center, filled out the appropriate forms, blessed the Emperor, and then promptly pulled off the fucking entire wall where the grate was covering for the desk area, I guess.
The wire mesh that keeps people out from going where they shouldn't be. Yes.
nobody said anything, so I assume it's fine. Because sometimes filling up paperwork's a pain in the arse, and Ogrins have the best solutions sometimes. So we got a map of the area, found out where we need to go and how to get there. Huzzah, tickety boo. So Mordecai got set up on adjacent building overlooking the area, while the other 5 went up on separate elevators to, well, was it Norris and Ostrin?
Yeah.
Went up first.
Yeah.
Posing as labourers on a delivery, because Norris had put in that there was going to be a delivery that day. Sneaky. And then kind of blended in with the crowd, and were our little sleeper agents for when we showed up.
Yeah.
They took offense to Enoch, so Faust psychically fucking screamed in their lug holes. I don't think they liked it.
No.
A fun little brawl ensued. Enoch having an epic duel. Poor Austrian took a full load in the back.
He didn't like it, yes.
Yeah. Was it a ramshackle fucking hand cannon or something?
Basically a cobbled together hand cannon, yeah. That was pretty...
It was a piece of pipe with a bolt round stuck in it. Basically. Yeah. And Austrian managed to catch it with his body. Well done. Nobody else got hurt. Luckily for us, though, unluckily for Leo, there was a surgeon on hand who had just finished removing his... Did you say it was augmetic leg?
His augmetic leg, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So, it wasn't his meat leg.
He wasn't just sawing off his fucking meat leg.
No.
Yep. Huzzah. So everybody managed to get patched up, and we got our dude. Who, you'll get over it.
Yeah. He's got a crutch, but, you know.
Yeah, you know, give him a crutch, so he's good to go. And Faust may or may not have convinced a crazy old man that the Emperor talks to him.
Yeah. I think with that, we departed the chop shop with Leo in tow, or dragged out at least.
And another prisoner as well.
Yeah. Go on.
Oh, I just remember we had left with them. I think Austrian had put them in a crate and put a tarp over them so people wouldn't see both of them.
Yeah. You walked out with a basically a munitions crate full of one unconscious body and someone who was tied up, also unconscious, I think. Well, yeah, we'll pick it up there then, shall we? Outside the grounds of the chop shop. So, with those of you departing the central building, Austrian, you have this crate on shoulder full of the 2 unconscious bodies, and Mordecai, from your position, it would take you a couple of minutes to make your way down, unless you were... Are you taking the stairs from your building, Mordecai?
Yeah, I'm not going to do anything silly.
All right. So it'd take you a good 5 or 10 minutes to make your way down the stairs or the elevator to meet up with the group, but the rest of the group, you depart the chop shop out into the rust-enclosed, grimy, sweat-smelling confines of the slum area outside of it. Here, after a while, Mordecai, you would make your way down one of the streets towards the group, and you would begin to hear this tapping on the crate and a voice. Hello? You've got my leg. Can you let me out now?
Ostrin's gonna shake the box a little bit and be like,
No!
shut up in there.
Yeah. All right. Keep your cool, man. Keep your cool. Oh, he said shut up. There's someone else in here with me. Am I going to the grinder? At that, Leo in the box begins to kick the unconscious body.
Are
If you
we?
don't settle down in there, I'm gonna fucking make you shut up.
Roll me a intimidation check, please, Ostrin. And Enoch, what were you going to say?
So he starts kicking up a fuss. How close are we to our hideout when this starts happening?
It would be on the main stretch just out of the chop shop, so you've still got a good hour's walk or more back to the Thaler hostelry.
All right. Well, I'll let Ostrin finish up his interaction before I try to interject anything.
So you should all see in skills now. I've managed to bring them down a little bit. Intimidation is in presence.
Down near the bottom.
Down near the
Well,
bottom. Ish, middle.
Near the bottom.
Mid-bottom.
If you hit psychic mastery, you've gone too far.
He would start bawling in this crate. I don't want to go into the grinder. No, I don't want to pick up starch. Please. Please, I'll do anything. Just let me out of the bloody box. He begins to kick it even more.
Perhaps we should just let him out.
Ostrin, put the box down and let the man out. It'll be less for you to carry. He can carry his own weight.
Ostrin shrugs and puts the box down and lifts the top off it.
Immediately, this frail-looking man with a spiked mohawk, grime and oil caked on his face and his hands, just crawls out of the box like perhaps how a demon would crawl out of a wall or out of the warp. But he wants out of said box. Dragging his last remaining leg behind him, he tries to stand up, realizes his augmetic's gone, falls over again, and just sits there in a heap on the ground, looking up and casting a glance at each of the group gathered in front of him. Oh, shit.
Rejoice! You are saved!
Shit.
Leo looks at these ponchoed individuals. Right. Flashes 2 thumbs up. Thanks. I think. I guess. Did you buy me? Pay? Is my debt paid? You're not part of the old cutters, right?
Oh no, you can consider your debt to them absolved.
Oh, thank fuck for that. Oh, God. The Emperor be praised.
Yes, precisely. However, you have business with us now. I believe you were expecting us, and we should not talk about it here.
His head cocks to one side as he looks towards you, Enoch, and then his pale complexion goes even paler as the cogs, you can see the cogs behind his eyes turning, and he understands. His eyes widen. Oh, shit. Yeah, right, yeah. Shall we be off to our humble palace? Where are you staying? In fact, why don't I meet you there? Huh? How's that sound? You tell me where you're at, I'll meet you there and we'll have a chat and a chinwag and I can tell you everything that you want to know, yeah? Huh?
You look like a man that's about to run. Enoch, I wouldn't let him do this.
He's definitely about to run.
Oh, yes.
Austrian just kind of like puts his hand down behind him and grabs him by his clothing and lifts him up off his one single foot.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
No,
I
you
guarantee
come with
he
us.
can't run fast enough. And I heft my rifle.
Oh, I mean, looks towards you, Mordecai, looks at his leg, offers this shrug as he's dangling by the Ogren's hand. Hey, I'm here. I'm not getting out of this, am I? Now. All right. In that case, then, I guess let's be off. There's lots of things that I can tell you. Lots of things that you'll, like folks like you, will want to know about this place, and the stories I've got. Please don't hurt me. Don't let the big guy break my other leg. It's the only one I've got now.
You gonna walk
Calm
or
yourself.
or am I gonna carry you?
Oh, and if you're offering, I wouldn't mind a carry. Just rubs his hands together whilst looking. Go on, Enoch. You had something?
Calm yourself. Faith will see you through this, as it does us all.
You would hear a brief mutter of Faith doesn't pay Solars from under Leo's breath, but he slowly starts to nod. Oh, all right. Got the priestly sorts. Great. Sure. Let's go. Lead me to where we want to have a chat, and I'm all yours.
Quite. And Enoch probably doesn't have to tell anyone there what to do if this guy tries to bail, so he's just gonna gesture in the direction of the back to the Villa House. I'm not gonna tell him where we're staying because I feel like he's just gonna start doom spiraling more.
So, as you begin to make your way towards Thala, are you blindfolding Leo, or are you just letting him walk with you?
I mean, we had to take a train to get here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the train will probably blare out Thala hostelry when we get there. So unless you want to... Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. As you drag Leo off of the train into the... I forgot the name of the damn thing now. There's a specific name for train stations. I had it earlier. But yeah, you drag him out into the train station, and as he sees the signs for Thala Hostelry and the Vox sirens blare out, he looks over and is like, oh, Thala? Oh, we've come a bit far. Ah. Hey, Acid Refinery is a good place this time of day, I hear. But
Why would you say that?
I've gone a little past the time taken to get there. Bear with me. There we go. He looks towards you, Faust. Oh, well, I only assumed that, if we're talking about what we're meant to be talking, what I think you're talking about, who I think you're working for, then the refiner is the place to be for a lot of the good, juicy gossip that I've got for you.
Okay.
Man, in my state, and he points down towards his leg and this pipe crutch that he's got. I mean, perhaps, rather than walking there or train, we get some, I don't know. What about one of the, and he whistles whilst pointing a finger in the air, signalling to basically use one of the vertical transportation vehicles. What about we, you splash out and we go in style. We fly there.
Enoch feels stupid because he didn't even think about using the public transport other than the train. How big are these vehicles flying around? Like,
they'd range in size from your average sort of car size that could hold 3 or 4 people up to larger multi-engined VTOLs that could carry 40, 50 people.
okay. And he's gonna start looking around and see if there's a terminal to call them or a station to call them to or something like that.
Roll me a. There's not so much seeing it, but go with a. So I've got all these skills to use now.
Nice.
I'm just gonna call for straight navigation though.
That's gonna go
Can
fantastic.
can I assist?
Of course you can. Yeah, you're having a look round. I'll make it rather than a straight roll, since I would imagine various members of the group are going to start looking for signs or.
Yeah.
I'll make it an easy.
How do you want us to handle it? Because Shade isn't here
Right,
for
so
Noros.
that's a good point. I was thinking with Noros, he would give a quick Benaric screech in your general direction. None of you understand what it is, but for all of a sudden he just turns his back and begins to walk in the direction of the Thala hostelry. You see him just wave a hand and a few words. I have something to attend. I'll be right back. Or maybe not.
Okay.
So
I'm only inquiring because my go-to would have been Noros, find it.
He's already gone. He's on his way. But what I will do is I'll make it very easy.
Very easy.
Very easy, because if this is a resounding success, Norris is gonna. As you see Norris walking away, muttering something in Binaric, he just points a hand off to the side as he's walking, and as you follow his gaze, you would see a notice board with several letters that seem to scroll across it, and a small terminal in front. That public information.
Very well. And I was gonna start walking that way.
All right. Anyone else just wanting to do anything in particular,
Barrick
or
will- No, just Barrick following in behind.
Is Ostrom carrying fucking our one-legged friend?
you've still got the box with the other guy in?
He's got the box under one arm and probably that guy under the other arm.
Carrying him like a sack of potatoes.
Yep.
This is not how I expected to be brought around, but I mean, it's better than walking on one leg. So, hey, beggars can't be choosers, aren't I right? Hey, yeah, shut up.
How big is the box?
Enough to fit 2 people in. So, with it being a munitions crate, I would imagine 1.5 meters
munitions crate.
long.
Alright. Okay.
2 people wouldn't be comfortable by any means.
Well, Noros is gone, and we have no use of him. You can discard that.
What about the person?
We have bigger concerns, and we're not taking him with us to the refinery.
He just shrugs that and just literally just chucks the box somewhere with the person in it off
In a
off,
corner.
like down some alley or something. Yeah,
Yep.
in a corner.
Varric, once he sees where it's peeled out or where that went to, will just kind of discreetly walk over and just pull his knife and just reach in and slit the throat of the guy on there.
All right. Barry. Roll me an easy stealth check. Stealth's at the bottom. Yeah, it's done. There are a few passers-by, but none of them seem to just glance down this dark conclave in the station. And with this box tossed in with the rest of the trash, you reach in, slit the man's throat, close the box, walk off. Meanwhile, the rest of you at the terminal begin to quickly tap through the cogitator and eventually, through some guesswork, the fact that perhaps the machine spirit of this cogitator has been dealing with the riffraff and these scrot bags for far too long. Every menu takes an age. Every selection is excruciatingly slow before eventually it gives you the destination or the route to a nearby depot, logistics depot, where you can acquire some form of aerial transportation.
Let us be off then. We can get up above all this riffraff and find our way there quickly.
Agreed.
Very well.
Doesn't take too long to make your way to the logistics depot. How do you want to approach acquiring a vehicle?
Well,
Does anybody know how to fly one?
well, that's the thing is like, do we...
You can stroll in, you can inquire, you can ask people, you can steal one, you can try and buy one. What do you want to do?
Enoch is looking for potentially ones for rent, if there are ones that you can if it needs to be manually piloted, or if it has autopilot or something like that, or
Like server piloted and yeah.
Okay. So as you make your way into the logistics depot, you begin to glance around, and a scraggly man in a worker's uniform catches your eye, who's currently with a set of ratchets, drills, working on a medium-sized cargo transporter. Can hold roughly 6 people, and then a large crate on the back. He catches your eye and dusts down the uniform that he's wearing and begins to make his way over towards you. You look looking a little lost there. Anything I can help you with? And he thumbs over his shoulder towards the line of AVs.
we require transportation.
Well, I mean, you're in a logistics depot, so you've certainly come to the right place. What, just for you and your companion? What, are you just wanting to get around?
Yes, not as lost as we may have seemed. We are in the right place then.
Yeah, of course
Just
you
need
are.
something to get around for the day.
Oh, just a day? I mean... Callistor, have we got anything? How's that your little number over there, is she flyable? Yeah. From across the depot, there's another man who's just shouting back like, yeah, this thing will fly. I mean, it needs a bit of a refuel, but apart from that, all right, yeah, we've got something. If it's just you and you any of you lot got your license at all from the administratum? Just last thing, I can't really be giving away a flyer to unless you're wanting a servitor. But then, as 709 doing? Is he all? No, all right, no, we haven't got a servitor.
I think the only one with a license has disappeared.
Yeah, I suspect that the only pilot walked away.
Barrick will tap Eunuch on the shoulder. We could rent him for more than a day. We could make getting around easier for a day, just beyond today, for 2 days. Rent him as a pilot and his vehicle.
Well, is there anyone who hires out the services as a driver that we could pay? Hire on for the day or two?
I mean, if you're flashing the cash, then I certainly don't mind chauffeuring you lot around.
How much per day?
Oh, it's expensive. It's expensive. I'm gonna be looking at about 60 or 70 solars. Can you lot afford that? I'm not sure you can.
You drive a hard bargain.
Faust will reach into his inside pocket and pull out a wad of solars and be like, 3 days worth should cover us, yeah?
Holy he stares down at this handful of solars and begins to furiously nod. Yeah. Step. Are you wanting to go now, or can I have like 10-15?
Get yourself sorted and ready, and then we'll be off.
Excellent. Right. Jonas! Jonas! Yeah! Let the overseer know that I've come down with a sickness for a few days. I'll not be in. You telling me can dock my pay? It's fine. No, it's... This exchange goes on for a little bit as he seems to call in. Leo's stood at the back, resting on his pipe. Oh, forgot what it's like. We individuals flash. You wouldn't happen to have any more of that? Those solars knocking around in your pocket by chance, would you?
Do well, and you may discover.
Oh shit! All right. Well, over the span of the next 15 or so minutes, the techie tends to his aerial vehicle, jacking out a large refueling pipe, tightens up a few bolts on one of the engines, looks at it, growls a little. Yeah, fuck it, it'll be alright. Alright. Where are we off to? And he motions with a hand towards the doors.
And
Refinery, is it?
Yeah, there.
Refinery? Oh. I've heard a few tales come out of there. And that's when Leo goes, yeah, so have I, which is part of the reason why we're going. So, no more out of your mouth. If we'd be so kind, sir, walls, ears. The technician just looks at Leo with a bit of an arched brow, shrugs his shoulders, and hops in the pilot seat.
Yeah. So we'll board and let him get underway. And once we're in the air, Enoch's going to ask, and it's not like secret, but the intention is so that everybody has it. But do you have a a Vox that you use, or some way to contact you.
Oh, Vox frequency. Yeah. Hang on a minute. Let me. He reaches over, opens a glove compartment at the side of the pilot's seat, and takes out a small scrap of parchment and just thrusts it over his shoulder towards you. If you need me, that's the frequency you can get me on. Best just call me Ratchet.
Very well, Ratchet. Trusting our safety in your hands in here.
Oh, this thing
Well.
is an absolute. She is blessed by the Emperor herself. No, this thing will not go down no matter what it's no matter what she hits. Trust me, you lot will be absolutely safe. And of course, it's at that moment.
You do a lot of hitting things, do you?
The aerodyne begins to shudder and shake. And glancing out of the port side window, you see the engine just burst. A thickly black-hued smoke just begins to pour out of it. And Ratchet goes, don't mind that. We've still got 3 others. We'll get to refinery and then I'll see about sorting her out. The rest of the ride is not comfortable by any means. With one of the engines being out, there is this constant portside dip to the craft every few seconds. Occasionally power surges on the starboard engine, causing this almost yo-yo effect, but Ratchet manages to keep control through it all, and it doesn't take too long before you see in the distance the large plumes of greenish-hued acrid smoke bellowing out of the acid refinery Delta 64 district. Granted, Ratchet seems to dive past traffic, other various craft, and at times comes perilously close to either the ceiling of the hive or one of the buildings. Everyone who's not used to flying, just roll me a fear check. Discipline fear. Easy. An easy discipline fear check.
Easy.
Everyone apart from Mordecai. Just waiting for Mordecai.
I'm used to flying.
You are. Yes, you are correct. So, Mordecai, why? How are you as this?
I'm asleep in the back of the thing. Ex Astra Militarum sniper. So we've been drop ships and Valkyries and all kinds of things for my entire military career. So this is just like the comfortablest ride ever.
Feet up, eyes closed. Who's got the lowest? I think that's Osterin. You don't throw up. There's nothing crazy, but it's a little unnerving. Any particular reason why?
He's like a grizzly bear in a tuna can that's listing dangerously to one side. And if he slides to the side where the engine doesn't work, the entire ship will list really bad in that direction until he moves back to the other side, and then it'll kind of even off a bit more. And people have probably given him a look because of that.
Oh, that's amazing. So, it doesn't take too long. You eventually shoot through, and as you begin to get closer to the acid refinery, you would see through some of the windows down below, red flashing lights. Seeing that, Ratchet from the pilot seat just shouts over his shoulder into the back of the AV. I'm not entirely certain I want to be getting too close to that. There's a few Vigilite patrols down there, and they've got some armor. So I'm going to drop you boys and girls off a little bit of a distance, but I'll hang around in case you need me for a bit. I believe that's what you're wanting, yeah? Taxi service A to B.
Precisely.
All right. Well, let me see. Where's... He begins to tap away on a console before eventually locating a place to land on top of what appears to be some sort of sealed vat or silo. The transport, with a heavy hydraulic hiss and a thud, lands, and with that, ratchets down the lever, and the side door opens, revealing Acid Refinery Delta 64.
What an interesting aroma.
There is indeed an interesting aroma. You would certainly notice the stench of millions of barely washed bodies, along with the acrid tinge of acid in the air that would, if you aren't wearing your filtration plugs, will physically burn your nostrils. It's best not to breathe through your mouth in this place.
I've got no choice. Varric will just step foot off out into the area.
From your current position on top of this sealed vat, you are quite a distance away from the centre of Refinery 64, so you can see over a multitude of other buildings. Let's bring us into this. As you glance across, there would be large vats of illuminous green acidic chemicals bubbling away. Tubes and pipes overhead that seem to stretch on for miles, along with hundreds, thousands of bodies and workers milling around below. It's a cacophony of industrial sound here. There is the constant hum of machinery, the sounds of pumps continually feeding this corrosive, caustic liquid. And off further away, where these red flashing lights are emanating, you would see, this is easily 200-300 meters away, down on the ground area. You would see several armoured vehicles of the Vigilites, the peacekeepers of this hive. And behind them is a vast open area, roughly 100 meters in diameter. And judging by the rest of the refinery, you would imagine that at some point there should be buildings, or there should be vats. There should be something there, not this 100-meter circular crater. The other thing of note would be in the very middle of this crater. There seems to be a small speck of land, a small bit of plasteel or rockcrete that is undamaged. A perfectly preserved sphere in the center of this catastrophic destruction.
Well, that does not look natural, and I would assume this is where the explosion has happened.
So, Leo, What's the story?
Well, at that, Leo makes his way towards the edge of this tall vat and sits down. One final thing to note, that to get down there is a circular stairwell that seems to make its way down to ground level, so you can easily get down from this vat. But with Leo sat on the edge of the vat, he turns towards you, Faust, and grins. Well, now that's the interesting thing, ain't it? What exactly happened here? He points towards this radial, 100-meter radial explosive crater. Pretty much now just slag, except for bits of wall, flooring, half chair. I mean, what do you want to know? Why it happened? Rumours surrounding it? I mean, as you can see, whole place blew up. The interesting thing, though, is right over yonder, and Leo points towards the spherical patch of land, this 2-meter circle in the centre of the explosion. Supposedly someone survived. Yeah? Walked out of it like nothing happened. Therefore, most people seeing that, it's obviously a new birth of a new saint, yeah? That's what they're saying.
Huh. Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the word on the street. Is that this is the birthplace of a new saint. Who could walk out of destruction like that? Alright? Completely unarmed. If they weren't blessed by the Emperor himself.
Who indeed? Can we get to the crater and that patch of land?
From where you are at the minute, glancing down, you can see that the Vigilites have established a cordon around the entire site. There does seem to be a checkpoint, and you do see the odd Vigilite vehicle entering and exiting. There would be a few labourers, workers who try and get in, but at this distance you can't really see exactly what's happening, but the crowd of people are being held at bay from going closer to the crater. The other thing you would notice from this elevated position is, again, a lot of the other buildings outside of the crater have got their windows blown out. They've got a charred exterior. But again, at the moment, from where you are, it's 300 meters away. It's picking out too many details from this range is a little difficult. So I'm going to go down the list at the moment. So we'll start with you, Faust, again. Anything else you wish to add to what you've said?
He's gonna look at the rest of the group and he goes, I think I have to touch it, and we'll get a better idea of what it is.
That means dealing with those Vigilantes. And he's going to look at Leo. Did anyone witness someone leave the area?
Off the top of my head, I'm not entirely certain, but judging by people down yonder, I would say some have. There has been a few whispers.
This saint, yes?
Yeah, the saint. Oh, and I mean, I would imagine that there'd be a few survivors. I mean, not from, obviously, Leo points to the crater. Not from inside that. If you were caught in that, fucking hell, you are dead. Pasted, mushed. But I mean, I would imagine there's going to be some survivors, and I dare say if there are, probably still down there.
Yes. And how does the Coven tie into this, Leo?
Oh, the Coven. Well, you know, they... and Leo rises to his foot. Approaches you, Enoch. Down the yonder, right, there's several of the Administorum, right? Or the Ministorum. Preaching, yeah? Yeah, preaching away. Couple of them. Look, down there. Can you see them? Right? And as he points down towards a gathering just on the streets below, you would see there would be a few Ministorum priests sprinkled around some of these crowds away from the main area, who seem to be leading prayers. Hymns, perhaps?
Mm-hmm.
Those folks... yeah, the Ministorum, but supposedly, word has it that a few of them are Coven.
And what are the Coven?
Wouldn't I like to know? That's as far as I'm aware of, they're a branch of the Ministorum. They've got a few odd ways of venerating the God Emperor, but they're tolerated. I think, what's the name? Who's the big wig of this place? Artosi? Archdeacon. Yeah, Archdeacon Artosi. If anyone knows about them, it's no doubt the Archdeacon. In fact, it's actually the Archdeacon who, you know... And Leo nods down towards the chaos below. Word is that Artos is the one who sanctioned the investigation into the survivor of this place, that they're a saint.
Well then.
So, Enoch, hold that thought for a moment. Mordecai, anything you want to add or do during this?
I'm gonna look around for a nice position to provide cover over the whole crater.
All right. I
Somewhere
mean,
where I can lay up with my rifle and...
where you are is solid. You're already easily 100 meters above most of the other vats and buildings around. You can see down into the crater at range. So, if you wish to stay on this this larger old vat, you're more than welcome to.
Superb. Right, in that case, I shall.
Cool. Are you looking down your scope at the crater?
I will be once I get down on my knees. And then, because I don't want to draw advantage of the fact there's a sniper on top of the vat. I'm going to wrap my Camilo line coke around myself so I blend in with the roof. And take up a position.
All right. Could you please roll me a... Find out what it's called. We'll go with an awareness sight check, please. Very easy, since you're... if you're not using the scope of your rifle, I know that you've got a pair of binoculars as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Very easy. Roll.
Cool. taking up position just away from the group, Mordecai, you begin to glance down, just looking towards the crater, the ruins, the Vigilites' cordon, and a few things would catch your eye. The first being that some of the ruins on the outer periphery of this crater seem to have a very, very faint blue glow to them. And the closest one to the cordon seems to have a larger group of individuals who are all on their knees, praying, muttering hymns. Roll me. I mean, before I ask for a roll, is there anything you wish to? Any ideas about what they may be doing, or what they may think?
I'm not sure.
All right. In that case, roll me a intuition group check, please.
Just normal.
Yep, just a normal one. Okay. Not too sure. They're praying. They're looking in the direction of the closest glowing blue ruins. Now, again, it's not something the rest can see. It's you can only see the slight blue glow due to the fact that your magnification. But as for why they're doing it, who knows?
What do you see, Mordecai?
Big bloody crater. There's some buildings over to the side there. Got a bit of a glow to them.
Like they're void shielded?
Possibly. Here, have a look. And I pass my Magoclear to do this.
Yeah.
And sort of point his head in the right direction.
Have this fucking metal image of Faust, Mordecai's hands on either side of his head, just
Yeah, twisting it.
Yeah.
not there.
So you're looking at the ruins.
Yeah, the
Glowing
parts that were glowing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roman awareness sight, easy check.
Awareness sight easy, yeah?
Mm-hmm. With Mordecai being throttled almost by the pull of the magnoculus from him, and Faust, you're glancing down, just as you lock onto where these ruins are glowing blue, a Vigilite troop transport drives in front of your view. Several Vigilites jump out, and those who are closest to the cordon are just battered away. Slight glimpse of it. You get a feeling you may be on the right track. A shield of some sort.
Okay. The buildings that they're near, are they prefabs? Are they like new prefabs that are just turned up? Do they belong there, or
No. All of there's no new buildings. The destroyed buildings are again parts of vats, or they were originally part of the refinery as the explosion went off. The only reason they're glowing blue is again perhaps due to said explosion. Make sense?
Yeah.
Barrick, what about you?
Oh, I'm also looking around with my binoculars as well.
Okay. Anything in particular
Big
you're...
Austrians.
Go ahead, Lee.
that was
No,
Austrian.
no, I was just gonna say, I
Well-
think Austrian's the only one without binoculars. Everyone's like looking at all this cool shit. He's just sitting there like,
Finger up his nose.
huh?
Just
no.
scanning around, seeing if anything looks out of place.
I'll go... Same with you. Roll me a sight awareness check. Easy. Nothing really gets your attention. You two try and see where Mordecai's pointed out, but again, at the last minute, as this troops transport for the Vigilites turns up, blocking sight of the glowing blue ruins, you begin to scout around. And the only other thing that would, again, really take note, Mordecai, you would have seen it as well before you were jacked to the side by Faust stealing your binos, but yeah, there's the cordon, the Vigilite cordon, who seem to be shoving away anyone who's trying to get close. There's a crowd outside of the central checkpoint who seem to be on the verge of perhaps rioting, or at least there is some unrest there. And last but not least would, of course, now that you've got your binoculars out, you would see some grey-robed members of the Adeptus Ministorum in the exclusion zone, in the crater, as if searching through for stuff, investigating.
Well, that might be our way in through the Ministorum. You see those out there too, right, Mordecai?
Yeah. Yeah. Standard Emperor bothers.
Yep.
I knew it was going to come at some point. I wanted to say it earlier, Mordecai, but I'm like, no, I'm not going to say it. Someone else will do it. So yeah.
Well, Barrack also pipe up. It looks like the crowd down there is a bit restless as well, so, I mean, if we were feeling it, we could get the crowd riled up, and that could get us into the crater.
Leo pipes up
I
at
haven't-
that. But just before, he goes, well, hang on a minute. Before riling them up, there is wisdom in crowds, you know. A lot of ignorance, but wisdom too. Go on, Faust.
I have an idea to get us in, and if we need a distraction, we could use the crowd. How about we split up, and we might be able to get close to the site if we play our cards right. Leo, put your fingers in your ears, please.
Yes, my lord. Leo puts his fingers in his ears and begins to hum a merry ditty.
Is he just pretending, or is he genuinely not listening?
Roll me an intuition, people. Easy.
all these easy rolls today. I don't know. Kind of scary.
He's yeah. His fingers are in his ears, but you get the impression he can probably hear you. He's not the most pious of individuals. He is very shady, very slimy. If this is information that could get him coin, perhaps, he's an informant.
Okay. Then Faust is gonna be in his mind. He's gonna go, I know you're still listening. Stop it.
Okay. In that case, fear is Fortitude, and Fortitude runs on toughness. Leo's body stiffens up immediately as he whips his head around to look at where he thinks this voice came from, and then it settles on you, Faust. His eyes go wide, he nods several times and just begins to stride over towards the spiral stairway that leads down to ground level. He doesn't make his way all the way down, but he makes a conscious effort to step as far away from you all as he can, while still remaining in visual range. Fingers in his ears, this time not just, covering it, not just as a mocking gesture. No, his fingers, if they could touch his brain, they would.
You'll just hear better in his head, and then I'll go. Right, so I've got an idea. It's a little bit dicey, but hey ho. They might be trying to verify whether it's a true site of a miracle and a true saint. So they'll bring unsanctioned psychers to screen the area. Faust pulls out like the two rods, the three rods that make up his his staff, and they can psychically put themselves together. And he goes, "We pose," because Faust is an actual sanctioned psyker with the mark on his forehead, and the staff is his mark of office. So he's like, "I propose. I go in. I say I'm here to verify the veracity of the claim. I'll need a bodyguard. Barrack, probably you.
Yeah, I'll go.
And Mordecai, eyes in the sky. Keep an eye on any movements. Enoch and the big fellow, blend into the crowd, see what you can learn. And if I need if we need an out, a distraction."
So, are we taking you and I, or we're having our cloaks off? And because if I'm gonna be your bodyguard, I'm gonna have to show the armor.
Of course, yes. Put on your best, soldier.
So,
Yes.
you want me to blend in to a crowd of little people?
I'm sure you'll make yourself indispensable, Austrian.
Okay.
And with the guidance of Enoch and the God Emperor, you shall not fail.
Or the Emperor.
Enoch, anything you wish to add?
Kinda,
Oh, so go on, Ostrom. Carry on.
he just kind of gives Faust a look. Not a dirty look, but a look like there is no fucking way. As soon as he steps out into that crowd, people are going to be staring and talking and possibly more agitated. Unless there's other Ogren on this planet, which, to my knowledge, he is the only one right now.
Barrack will go up and pat the Austrian on the arm. It's okay, big guy. I brought you a little present, and he's gonna pull out from his backpack. Surprisingly, what would be a large bag for Barrack, but a small bag for Austrian of those sausages from the vendor.
So whilst
man.
So hang on. Whilst you're grabbing the sausages, Enoch, you had something you wish to bring forth?
Well, no, he's just gonna yes. He doesn't like the idea of letting the psyker run off with the guardsman and taking charge, but at the same time, because he just naturally is very suspicious of anything relying too much on the warp, but he's seeing an opportunity. Yes, while you are going there, we can go and surveil these storm preachers and see if we can suss any of them out. Sniff even the faintest whiff of heresy.
It's at this point the sausages are presented to you, Osterin.
He's easy to bribe when it comes to food and people he has some semblance of trust with, so he just takes them, casts kind of like a look down the barrack, and just starts heading off towards the crowd. He'll probably stop and wait for Enoch. But yeah, he's just gonna be munching food.
All right.
As he goes out there.
Mordecai, anything you wish to add as the eye in the sky?
Should you get into trouble and need anything, just mark your targets, and I will cause them not to be alive anymore.
Hmm. Well then.
Wonderful.
Right.
Mordecai's a sociopath.
Yeah, Enoch his intention is to go, filtrate through the crowd with Ostrin. So obviously that's kind of like an icebreaker for the crowds. But basically just try to what he's going to be doing while Faust and Barrick are on their mission is he's going to just be trying to see if anything that these preachers are saying is deviating from what they should be saying.
Well, with that said, you all begin to make your way down the spiral stairwell back to ground level onto the causeway between the various vats and buildings that make up Acid Refinery Delta 64. Faust, Barrick, you split off and begin to make your way towards the Vigilite Cordon. Osterin, Enoch, you head towards the crowds. And it's there. We'll find out what happens momentarily after a refill, a cock and a break.
Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun. So we will be back in but a moment. Cheers, Durs. Hello, Yeti. How are you? Druid, the butt will be touched. Someone's butt will probably be touched. And my guess is it's going to be Osterin's in the crowd, with him being a big boy.
Well, he already got his back blown out by a strange woman last episode.
I
Wrecked him. Damn near killed him.
You're not wrong. You are not wrong. So yeah, I'm gonna go and refill the container. We'll be back in a moment.
Raven, that's how people get pulled in half. Do not doubt the Ogren's strength.
Oh, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I was saying to Lucius earlier, to Faust, that what most people with Blazing Seraph would do in a day, it took us 3 sessions.
I saw the timeline. It's not looking good, boys.
Look, we're taking our time. We're stretching out
Yeah.
and enjoying it.
Yeah. And that's the one thing I will say is, and I imagine that a lot of people who have stuck around for so long and watched the shit we do, I like expanding on characters rather than just, you go here, you do this, you do that. It takes a few sessions for people to find their footing with new characters, new settings, so I like to give everyone the opportunity to find their feet.
Yeah, well, I think it pays off because, like, during Pariahs, I think that we're really reticent to just ruin the world building you do by, like, just murdering everyone or, like... I think that there's relatively little murder hoboing that goes on.
Oh, there isn't. There's no murder hobo in this all. In any of the campaigns that I run. Chaos and Mayhem, absolutely, but yeah, I don't know. I take the content and I draw it out to last as long as possible.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, are we all back? We all good?
Yep.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yep.
So, I should have trimmed the beard and the stash. Which group we're doing first? And where's Leo? Is he staying with the ship or is he coming with you?
Leo better stay humming with his fingers, trying to tickle his brain until we get back, right?
Okay. All right.
And I'm going to, before we head out, I'm just going to tell the Ratchet
Yep.
that Leo doesn't have to take orders from Leo. Like, he's not his boss. He's not paying part of the people paying him.
He's
Like,
a
I don't want him
limpet.
to be like, oh, yeah. He's literally just kind of, yeah. I just want to make sure that the pilot knows that he's not in charge.
You just hear as you're descending down the stairway, Ratchet turn to Leo. Yeah. Oi! Limpet, you hear that? All right, you try anything, I'm going to steal your fucking pipe, and then you can crawl on the ground like a slug.
That's all.
No, smart.
And
Yeah, because he would have tried to fuck us over.
and also, I think it's probably best to start with, like, the main event, the cordon, and assuming that everybody's good to go with that part of it.
Yep.
Cordon first. Or crowd first.
I'd say the cordon.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cordon.
Gordon first.
Cordon first. So, in that case then, you begin to make your way towards the Vigilites' cordon. Barrack, Faust. You begin to glance around, and there would still be a smaller crowd of people trying to push their way in. Several of the Vigilites would have their shock batons out, crackling, ready to strike. At the centre of the Vigilite cordon would be a mountain of a man, jaw heavy set, and from halfway down the causeway you can just hear his bellows at this smaller gathered crowd. This man seems to be the cordon squad lead.
Look at that haircut.
Compared to the rest of the
That
Vigilites, it's Blade-esque in his appearance, absolutely. But yeah, compared to the rest of the Vigilites who have helmets, visors, goggles, gas masks, this guy's easily ahead over the rest and built like a brick shithouse. What did I say? You lot, back off. Back the fuck up. No one is getting in. You can have to wait. Cries from those gathered. You can't seem to pick out exactly what's being said, but something along the lines of, but we need to know who's dead. Can't you at least tell us that? Faust, Barrick, what are you up to?
I would say, Barrick would be in the lead with his, his last carbine would be in his hands, but, definitely pointed towards the ground, not being threatening, just in hand ready, taking the part of a guard.
Yeah, making room while Faust lounges behind him, like tapping his staff on the ground with every step.
The crowds in front of the cordon would part. A few people who'd look over their shoulder see an armed guardsman along with someone in black coat, robes, obviously not part of the riffraff. Like a sea, they would just begin to shift to the side, allowing you a free pass straight through the centre towards the cordon entrance. Here there's 4 or 5 Vigilite armoured personnel carriers. Just think less armoured chimeras without the turrets on top. It's just, their Vigilites are stood in, rather than a fully enclosed back, it's more of like a flat platform so that the Vigilites can stand with their shotguns and las guns and shoot from an open top. But yeah, you see this man, he sees you. The voice bellows out. Whoa, that's far enough. Squad leader bearing north of the Carthian Vigilites. Who goes there? State your business.
I'm known as Faust from the Adeptus Astra Telepathica. I was summoned to verify.
Holy shit. Wow. Bigwigs, I didn't think us down here in the old refinery were that important, especially you lot. And he points towards the gathered crowd.
Does my presence amuse you? And Faust's gonna make his eyes flare blue.
Barrick, I'm going to ask you to roll me a intuition people test. And Faust, I'm going to ask you to roll me an intimidation check. That's going to be easy.
Easy for both of us?
No, just a normal one. Straight challenging 0 for you on the intuition. Both succeed. As your eyes flare with this psychic blue hue, Faust, Barrick, you would immediately get the impression you've seen this man or this type of man many times before. He's the type who typically is only beholden to 2 things: coin or authority. Authority that Faust has just shown. He takes a step back for a moment before glancing at the other Vigilites around him. Easily 12 to 15 of them. Right, you've Astro Telepathica, is it?
Yes, I'm going to need an escort to the site. and this cordon to be extended 50 meters. Get the people back.
God, extend that. That'll be a bit of a tough. We're already stretched pretty thin, my lord.
Roll me a difficult presence check, please, Faust.
I understand, and it makes perfect sense, my lord, but minus the... would you happen to have any credentials to pat a data slate or a mark of office, just procedure and all that?
He bows, Faust, but it's not the bow of a compliance of a man of service. This is a bow of, if this turns out to be true, I've done my duty. If not, it doesn't matter.
I'm covering my arse.
It is absolutely a half-hearted bow just to cover his backside.
He'll plant his staff in the ground, and it'll just like stand there. It's not like planted in the ground; it just
Clink.
and it just stands there. And he'd pull out his holy icon, which is his mark of office as being a psyker, from around his neck. And there's a big aquila with the, I believe it's the eye of the Adeptus.
Yeah.
And he'll just hang it on his chest. Credentials.
Understood, my lord. If you may...
Baronoth steps aside, bowing his head again as he motions for you to pass through the cordon.
You may pass.
He'll make the sign of the aquila before grasping the staff again and walking off at a leisurely pace, tapping as he goes.
Barrick, what are you up to?
Oh, he's just keeping a straight face and waiting until they're through, and then he's just gonna have just once they're through and they can't see his face, he's just gonna cock a shit-eating grin about, holy shit, I can't believe that actually fucking worked.
Well played. All right. So, whilst you're currently making your way through the cordon, there's several layers of not so much defences, but vehicles, barricades, quickly and hastily erected razor wire just to keep the labourers out. But you reach the outskirts of this crater. Here, there's still the odd bit of ash and fire and embers that have not been extinguished. Caustic chemicals are littered around. It's a hazard to work in. You would see at this point several investigators from the Ministorum stepping over puddles of acid. Others, servitors, just scooping up mulch, taking it over to giant waste bins before dragging it off to one of the corners. We'll come back to you in a moment. Because Enoch and Osterin, you've made your way into the larger set of crowd, just a little bit back from the Vigilites' cordon. Here, the vast majority of the people are refinery workers, a lot of them in either jumpsuits or chemical protective one-pieces to offer some form of protection against the caustic acids here. Dispersed amongst this crowd, though, there are a few of the grey-robed Ministorum priests. What are you up to?
Well, Enoch is basically because Leo pointed them out, and like the preachers, and saying some of them are Coven. So, the rhetoric of like the Imperium is pretty standard, like outside of some cults that pop up that you can't really do anything about. But he's just kind of trying to listen for anyone saying anything that deviates more than just manners of speech, like people who might be referring to the Coven, or people that might be talking about like mentioning like the return of the Emperor or something like that, because that's something that's been mentioned. So he's basically just looking for things that would point out that people might be involved with something other than what they appear to be.
Okay, that sounds to me like a relatively easy awareness hearing check. Just trying to listen out amongst the crowds. So whilst you're doing that, Osterin, first things first, because you're not the most subtle of individuals. Can you roll me a stealth disguise check, please?
Oh boy.
Do you want to do anything to try and make this a little easier?
He would probably try to look as much like a worker as possible, despite, the cloak, which is more of a half cloak. He's got the big mining pit. He might like, if anything's available, like an apron or something, he might like try to like put that on or something, make himself look at least like he works somewhere around here.
Yeah, easily done. There's enough scrap, bits of rags, old uniforms that you could no doubt just pick up as you made your way through on the way to the crowd. You know what? I'll make it easier then with that. You're still big, but hunched over and covered in apron, rags, pick over one shoulder. You are still going to get the odd stare from individuals, no doubt. Let's just see how many stares you get. So yeah, roll me an easy stealth disguise check, please, Osterin. It's a success. Marginal, mind you. As on the outskirts of the crowd, people would look at you. They would see this hulking, massive poncho, rags, apron moving towards them, and there would initially be whispers. People would start to move out of the way, but eventually, as you begin to push into the crowd deeper with Enoch, you would stand even hunched over above most, but just the sheer amount of people in the crowd easily masks you, and with the exception of those closest to you who would give you a bit of a side eye, yeah, you managed to get away with it.
So he's going to be listening for a very particular talk around survivors of the incident, or
Okay.
anything involving this coven, or things of that nature. But also like complaint.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
People complaining about things, people like who sound frustrated for some reason, and he's probably going to like nod his head and agree with them. To like not like realistically, but like oh yeah, they should pay us more. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah. Roll
as he's moving through the crowd.
Give me an easy awareness hearing check, and we'll see what you get along with Enoch's. I would say that balances Enoch's marginal failure out. both of you moving through the crowd would hear a multitude of various interesting bits of information. Most of the individuals seem to be clamoring about some sort of roster. Show us the roster! Give us the names! Show us the names! Others, immersed in prayer, supplication, humming hymns to themselves, listening to brief sermons by a few of these grey-robed Ministoran priests. It's here that you would hear these Ministoran priests mumbling very quietly, but words along the line of, "The glory of the blazing Seraph, the God Emperor's guiding light that protects the faithful and sends devastating miracles." It's at this moment where an even louder shout would bellow out over the crowd. A cry of, "Throne, damn you, just release the bloody roster! We just want to know who died!" Several Vigilites at the far end of the crowd seem to be protecting a member of the Administratum. As the crowd starts to surge forward, the Vigilites take out their shock sticks and begin beating the front row of the crowd. Blood spurts left, right, and centre. But one man, the man who shouted, seems to get hit the hardest. A shock mace straight into the face. His nose breaks, shatters, and at that, several members of the crowd grab him by the shoulders and pull him back away from the Vigilites to protect. And Osterin, being above the crowd, you would see the crowd move as they seem to be dragging this louder individual far away from the Vigilites, just off to the side. A respectable distance away from the other group. Osterin, Enoch, anything you wish to do, say, add, look for?
Osterin's going to start moving towards kind of the front of the crowd where they're like pushing and getting beat by the Vigilites.
Mm-hmm.
He's not going to go like directly to the front, but he's moving kind of in that direction to get closer.
Okay. Enoch, what are you up to?
Enoch is gonna kind of like keep close to Ostrin as he's moving through this, because he hasn't really heard the mumbling in particular, so he doesn't have anything to home in on. But he's kind of sensing that there's some unrest here, and so looking for opportunities and ways, like if they get the call that they need assistance or distraction, that there'd be something to be able to do. So really just trying to not make waves until they need to, or if they need to.
Okay. Mordecai, you can see all of this from your elevated position. Flicking either magnoculars or scope from the Vigilite cordon to the larger crowd, is there anything you want to pick out from either of those two areas that... or would you like to make me an easy sight awareness check to see if there's anything that catches your attention?
I'll roll a sight awareness.
Go for it. Yeah, success. So with that, is there anything you wish to know about the... Let's go with the cordon first.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything in particular there that you wish to expand onto that may help Faust and Barrick out?
I'm just going to see if I can spot like an inner cordon with someone more important than the fella they're talking to.
The answer to that question...
Or anyone that's going to bar their way.
Well, the answer to that question is yes. There is certainly someone who seems to be more important. Maybe not bar their way, but just out of sight from ground level where Faust and Barrick are, you would see a group of Ministorum individuals, the greyish robes. One of them seems to be a fairly prim woman with a slightly larger Ministorum hat, signalling that if anyone here, as most of them are in the robes with the hoods, her being prim, proper, stood with a hat, looks pretty important. So that's the main thing you would most likely see from the elevated position in regards to the cordon. There would be a few Vigilites scattered around, but again, they seem to be there more for protecting the Ministorum and the Administratum who are in the crater.
Yeah.
As for the crowd, you would flick your scope to that side and see someone... this crowd surged forward, a quick beating by the Vigilites, and an individual dragged away, propped to one side, where several other labourers begin to gather round, offering medical aid. And whilst you wouldn't be able to hear anything, you would see that he starts trying to swat away hands that are trying to set this broken nose as he points towards the Vigilites and the Administratum scribe, who forced him away in the first place. And you get the impression whatever he was yelling or bawling about that earned this broken nose has something to do with the scribe being protected by this Vigilite group.
Right. I'll relay both information to both group of what I can see, and to Faust I say there's a Ministorum lass with a big hat. She seems to be in charge of the inner.
The big hat. Thank you, Mordecai. Your insight is most invaluable.
Trust me, when you see it, you'll know it's a big hat. Like chuckle away at myself as I get on the scope.
As for the other side, that's the individual who you pointed out to them. If you have some comments about him.
Okay. There's a guy on the other side. He's had his nose pancaked. And he's making some gestures towards the scribe that's with the bully boys there. So if anything's going to go off, it's going to go off there.
Any responses from the groups as Mordecai relays this information to you all?
Yes, we've seen this happen. I'm going to see if there's anything we can gain here.
Rightio, if you need anything, give me a shout.
All right. In that case, we'll go. If Barrick and Faust have nothing they wish to add, we'll carry on with Enoch and Ostrin.
We're good.
Enoch,
So we're
crack on.
We're over here. Like, this guy's just had his face busted.
Mm-hmm.
And he's still persisting and like looking at the. So there's some of the Vigilites on the outside of the cordon.
Yep.
With this guy who appears to be a person that has the numbers and has the information of who all
Correct.
was there, etc.
Correct. That's at a glance. That's what it seems to be.
So are we talking like an entire squad of Vigilites with this guy?
There's roughly about 6. Enough that they could be overcome by the crowd, but a lot of the crowd would no doubt lose their lives to the shotguns and lasguns in their possession.
Mm-hmm. So he's looking into the looking at this. Like, does it seem like they're there outside the cordon, away from the rest of the Vigilites? Does it seem like there's a reason for them to be there? Are they trying to do something, or?
Yeah. Just for the sake of detail, roll me a. Let's just go for a straight awareness and an easy awareness check.
Well, I'm so good at those in every game I play.
If you want to re-roll, you can spend your fate points. If things go sour. You have 3 of them per session. But you don't need to. You don't need to.
Faith, Brother Enoch, faith.
Taking in the sights, the sounds, the general atmosphere, these 6 Vigilites seem to be protecting 4 Administratum scribes outside of what appears to be a worker's office, the main office for production, perhaps. Splayed out on the metal in front of this office are numerous tomes. A couple of servitors are bringing boxes, crates of parchment and books out, dropping them on the ground. A couple of servo skulls fly in, pick books out, deliver them to the scribes, who quickly flick through these books before tossing it into a separate pile. You get the impression that they're looking for something, and with the cry of tell us the names, who died, the only conclusion is they're looking for perhaps some form of book or tome or scroll that has the names of the workers who were in that district or that sector of the refinery when it went. And also, judging by the fact that they're going through so many books and scrolls and tomes, it may be missing.
Well. Enoch is going to. Like, I'm guessing that the guards are, like, at the door of the building with the scribes and everything.
Yes. Yeah, the scribes are actually outside of the building. It's the servitors that go into the building, take out these books. Due to the fact that this building is so cramped inside, and they need to just get through a vast amount of paper, they're doing it outside on the like a courtyard of the office. So that's why the crowds managed to create this semicircle around them with the Vigilites standing guard, due to the fact that it's too cramped indoors. They're just bringing all of the paperwork out of the building so that they can just look through it in the open air and easily toss the books away.
So the issue is then that they don't have the names on hand.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not, honestly, if the servitors are going and looking for that, there's really not. His thought process is that someone might have already nabbed those records, so that there wouldn't be, like, they couldn't be compared against, or someone else already here looking for that information.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you want to roll me a very easy lore check of adapt, let's go for a straight, very easy lore check.
Lore, very easy.
Smashed it. Typically, local administratum officers maintain lists of workers, assignments, duty shifts, and this information should be routinely available and released relatively quickly, primarily to ensure that absences can be filled, tithes supplied, and punishments offered. So the fact that it's taken this long, you are certainly on the right track, sir.
Yes, and so it's a bit underhanded, but like he's seeing this as the perfect place to actually cause chaos if need be. So he doesn't want to like do anything to like quell what's going on here, but he doesn't want to set anything off right away. So he's just going to be observing and trying to see basically watch to see if things start to approach like a boil. Because he doesn't want him and Ostrin to be right there if things do happen.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll find out in a moment then whether things go south, shall we?
Yes.
Mordecai, you flick your scope back towards Faust and Barrick. So I was getting... just keep a tab on them to see what they're up to. Barrick, Faust, what are you up to?
I'm guessing there's no way past unless we talk to this woman, basically, in the fucking stupid hat.
Well, it's not so much past. You are, as you step through the cordon, the entire crater is open to you. There's no one barring your way now. The only cordon was the main stop earlier. There are a few ministorum and administratum scribes, priests who are investigators who are digging through the rubble. But no, if you wanted to walk straight up to the center, you're free to. Whether you wish to talk to the woman in the big hat is entirely up to you.
Nah, fuck it. Fuck it. We turned up, we're looking like we had a purpose, so he's not even going to break stride.
Okay.
He's going to make a straight line walk straight there. Any fire or acid, he's going to telekinetically wash out the way and just walk straight to the center.
Okay. Ooh. I mean, it's
Let's make sure of it.
I don't think it needs a roll for whether doing it, but I am going to say, give me a
Give you a
straight.
telekinesis check.
No, I'm going to let you do that for free. I just want you to give me a presence check.
Present check?
Yeah.
Normal?
Yeah, just a straight one. Let's see how this goes.
Oh.
So yeah, telekinetically, you're just pushing acid bits of rubble aside. Barrick, are you cool with this? Are you walking in step behind him at his side? What are you doing as all of this sludge and dredge is just parted?
Yeah, he's, a little unshaken by it, but it's not the first time he's seen, this type of stuff happen. It's still unnerving either way. But he's keeping lock and step to kind of keep the facade up.
It doesn't really seem to be a facade, as bits of rubble are pushed aside, pools of caustic acid just moved. The Ministorum and the Ministratum's individuals there all turn to you and just see you striding, not giving a shit, towards the center of the crater. From 60 odd meters away, the woman in the big hat sets off at a not so much a sprint, but certainly a hurried jog in your direction. It will take us some time to get to you, dodging past the pools of acid and debris. But she is on her way.
Fuck it.
Once they get to the center, Barrick would just turn around and, act as the guard.
Yeah, Faust will go, while I'm doing this, nobody is to interrupt me. Nobody.
Understood.
Wonderful.
Oh, man. This is fucking brilliant. Let me read a few things very quickly. Yeah, okay. Yeah. God damn it.
Shot through the head and I'm to blame.
For those watching the VOD later on, in chat, it basically just says, Mordecai, take her out. Okay. Yeah, what are you up to as you step towards this central perfect sphere of plasteel and rockcrete, Faust?
Well, Faust generally doesn't like touching people because people have psychic spores and he can catch glimpses of shit like that. So he doesn't like it usually. He doesn't like touching people, but he carefully takes off his leather gloves and places his hands flat on this pristine section of floor, and he tries to use psychic divination to see what happened and see if there's like any psychic spore lingering.
Oh, okay. So that to me sounds like pronounce it properly. Sinisience. Awareness. I'm going to say it's going to be a standard challenging. Whilst you're doing... Yep, Sinisience. Also, Barrick, can you quickly roll me an easy Medicaid... Fucking hell. An easy Medicaid check, please. Alright. Cool. Oh, holy crap. This pristine sphere... So I'm going to do Faust, you first. This pristine sphere seems undamaged. The apparent epicenter of this whole catastrophic wreckage, this giant crater. It's the obvious point of interest. You would begin to... In fact, what is it exactly you're looking for? Because that's a solid roll.
I'm wondering, is this a rogue psyker that used a telekinetic shield, something that he knows he can physically do, so he knows it's a thing that can happen, although not as strong as what this could have been? Or is this a true manifestation of something? Because he's been soul bonded, so if it feels like the Emperor, I'd be like, all right, cool.
This is the Emperor's...
Like the Emperor. Yeah. Or is this just a rogue psyker or something more sinister?
Okay. None of the above. There is no psychic resonance in the area. This is not a psychic shield. There's no traces of psychic energy warp phenomena. Nothing lingering in the air. Whatever did this wasn't psychic in nature.
Huh.
As you open your eyes, roll me a sight check. Meanwhile, Barrick, as you're stood guard, this woman skipping, and not so much skipping, but hurriedly making her way towards you. You're... Do you have an Auspex? You don't. Do you have a watch by any chance, or some form of digitalized item?
I would assume that, on his wrist, so if he just flips his wrist, he can look at the bottom of his wrist, he'd probably have some way to tell the time.
Yeah, communication device, or your Vox bead that would link into a small Auspex-like device, or an Omnispex. Okay, cool. In your ear, you begin to get the telltale white noise clicking sound of radiation. Not overly strong, but this place is irradiated.
Well, he's gonna quickly look back, hopeful that Faust can hear him and say, hey, it's irradiated. Let's try not to spend too long here. Hurry it up. And he's gonna keep an eye on the lady getting closer, and when
Slowly.
she probably gets within... Yeah, when she probably gets within about, 10 feet, he'll, raise his rifle and tell her to halt.
All right. Faust, you still have a few moments before this woman arrives. Is there anything you wish to say, do?
So there's nothing, I say, unnatural or supernatural about this event.
Correct. With that sight check, 6.
Yeah, that's kind of shit in it.
Beneath, something will catch your eye. Something glimmers, something shiny, metallic. And just as you begin to cast your glance to it, you hear the sound of a rifle being raised, a Barrick calling out, "We shouldn't stay here too long," and a high-pitched voice. And by the Emperor's grace, who are you? Stomping into these sort of grounds without notifying someone such as I?
Halt.
There's no need for
Step
weapons.
forward. The Lord will not be disturbed while he's doing his work.
She raises both hands, and at that point, a few of the other administratum and ministorum scribes and priests would stand behind her. At this point, there's a small group of about 6 people as she looks towards you, Barrick, with the raised las carbine, and then towards Faust, who, at this point, obviously gives off the aura of Astrotelepathica.
But he's got this confused look on his face, and he's just kind of looking around. He's like, interesting.
Some of the ministorum priests who are with this woman are swinging incense burners in the direction of the central area.
So Faust's got to put his hand on Eric's shoulder and be like, "Peace, brother, peace." We all serve the Emperor here. You make the sign
We
of
do.
the
You
Aquila.
just said not to be disturbed, and they came bolting over.
The gathered individuals also
Careful.
make the sign of the Aquila. Go on, Barrick.
Yeah, Barrick will just lower his rifle.
I wasn't expecting. Sorry, my lord. She bows her head towards you, Faust.
Yes, well, these matters have to be promptly dealt with. You understand?
Of course, my lord. Of course. I am Investigator Galliac Crane of the Adeptus Ministorum. I'd be more than happy to share my findings on this site with someone as illustrious as yourself.
Good. Survivors?
Potentially one, but he made his way towards... And she just points in the direction of the cordon. Someone over there.
A lone survivor. Oh, go on.
Oh, Barrick will just kind of butt in. My lord, we should move. This is irradiated here.
You'll be fine here. This place is not as irradiated as... And she points towards a section of the crater where there's a few ruins. And with you being closer, you see that they are the glowing blue ruins that Mordecai pointed out. Over there, much more radioactive.
Not a shield, that's ionizing air from radar. Oh, okay.
Yes, there were some plasma reactors over yonder, but, She looks
Cause
towards
of
you,
the
Faust.
explosion?
Cause? Well, I'm unsure. There was rumours of an individual, the one survivor, and sorry, my lord, I'm not sure, but this place, it just does it not? Do you not feel it? This place reverberates with the power of the God Emperor. This shape, it's reminiscence of the tomes from the Macarian Crusades. It brings to mind the tales of when the God Emperor brought his protection to others, does it not?
It does not. I've personally seen the Emperor's light. And I can categorically say it is devoid in this place.
Roll me a difficult... report... Yeah, difficult report check.
Rapport. Difficult rapport.
She nods at the words, but you're under the impression that there is no doubt. Oh, there is some doubt even in believing you. She just nods due to the fact that you have obviously shown yourself as a sanctioned psyker. If that is your word, my lord, then of course it must be so.
Your office will receive my port in triplicate.
Very, very well. Well, the individual who ran off, the survivor, hooded, not entirely certain where he went, but the crowd, that direction. Is there anything else you wish to perhaps know of this area?
Where would one hide?
Hide? Depends, really. If they wish to sublimate themselves into the masses, then no doubt they would head towards the lower parts of the refinery and into the sluice gates from there, or there's the Maglev depots close by.
He's getting no but vague answers here.
Mm-hmm.
Your insight has been most refreshing. And he's just got to stride away.
The investigator just looks bewildered for a moment before turning her attention back to the Ministoran priest with her as she ushers them out to continue their prayers and incense burning around this supposed holy site.
So on the way back, he's gonna go to in his Vox speed to Enoch and just be like, somebody left this place from the site of the explosion. See if you can find a bead on him.
Well, depending on which way they went, we can go there. Seems that the records for who should have been here are gone.
Oh, wonderful. No name. Wonderful. Best I could get was possibly the Maglev, if not areas below. This place reeks of incompetence.
Indeed.
So,
We'll have to rendezvous back at the silo. That's
yeah.
it.
I say, Faust, Barrick, it would take you a bit of time to make your way back from the crater towards the cordon, which would leave Osterin and Enoch back in the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
What are you two up to?
Well, this blast happened like a while back, and so if the hooded figure ran into like the direction of the crowd, then there's nothing for us to go off of here. Well then, hearing that there's nothing for us to go off of, knowing that there's nothing here to help us, there's really not any use in trying to like throw these workers into revolt against the guards right now. Just they're gonna have a hard time on their hands at some point anyways. So he's just gonna look at Ostrin. Best we be off then, and start trudging through the crowd away before they almost inevitably decide to get violent and get shot by guards.
All right.
Ostrin's just gonna nod and follow Enoch if he wants to like back off and kind of like get somewhere a little bit cooler.
And I could say I look for suspicious people. Like, this is a dense crowd of people. Like, unless someone is like really standing out, I'm not gonna notice shit. So yeah.
There was one person.
Got his teeth knocked in.
Dragged away by several others to the side of the crowd. Well, it's entirely up to you.
Well, we'll move away from the guards and towards the people who are wounded.
Okay.
Like the guy with the broken face, because he's the only person that stands out.
As you begin to make your way through the crowd towards the edge where this vocal individual who was shouting about the tome was dragged. You would see him sat propped up against a wall, several other labourers tending to his broken nose, and at that he just points out in the direction of the scribes. Those fuckers! They know who died, they know. Why isn't anyone finding it? You've got the picked things above, look at them! And he points upwards to a building where you would see several servitors who seem to be on circular mounts that look out across the entire refinery. Those things are fucking picked recording servitors. They must have seen something, but will those scribes listen? Will they? Fuck. Will they? Oh no, they're just so focused on their books, on their fucking little bits of paper, their tomes, aren't they? Yeah.
All right, so Enoch's going to look up and see that. Are they attached to something, or are they just floating?
So, as you glance out in the direction the man was pointing, far off at the far end of the refinery is a large square-looking building. The cog symbol of the Adeptus Mechanicus emblazoned on the front, and from there, positioned every 30 or 40 meters, seems to be what you can make out, at least from this range, is servitors on swivel mounts.
You know, of all the days for Noros to not be here. Shade, you son of a... All right, so... Well, I think we have a destination in mind, and he's going to over the Vox. We may have some type of picked recording of what happened, and there's a Mechanicus building on this side of things. Gonna go that way, and he'll start trudging.
As you start trudging away, the word Blazing Seraph would ring in your ear. That comes from the man.
So I'll turn back and if he's talking about this.
He is.
And
Go on.
you there?
Yeah.
And he's going to step up in front.
Through a
What
blood
was it
nose.
you just said?
What do you mean? I said, if it wasn't for the Blazing Seraph and the Coven, right? We wouldn't be here like this. Yeah? We with them fuckers over there, the scribes. I was in the... They're trying to help us, right? They're trying to help us. All those... And he points in the crowd to a couple of the white-robed Ministorum priests. Yeah, the Blazing Seraph folks, yeah. Excellent, awesome, fantastic people. They hand out arms. Oh, he clutches his nose. The fact that... Oh, I hope they can give me work as well now.
Work where?
And they've got... He bats away an individual who's trying to tend to this crater in his face. Cathedral of Russian Beneficence.
Where is this cathedral?
Magnexus. Take it into District 42 and it should be there.
Blazing Seraph. This is something that I've heard. You put a lot of faith in these people.
Oh, of course I do. They hand out arms all the time. If any people need work, if you like me, I'm gonna have to go there. You go. They give you things to do. They pay your family. Oh, there are. It doesn't matter. He's in a lot of pain. The words are mumbled between him.
All right, so the people who were in the crowd, I thought that they were like like gray robed. Okay, so well, we have a more immediate thing to try to do. So he's going to leave this guy, and we'll start walking towards the. Well, he'll start walking towards the AdMech building where.
Yep.
He's gonna imagine that that's where everything is, like the repository.
There is indeed. If nothing else, these servitors that you have been mentioned, as you would get closer, you would see that they are the type to basically be 40k CCTV cameras. They have giant recording devices strapped on through an ocular implant, and they just monitor at least everything outside of the AdMech building, which is, as you would get closer, would see that it's called the Augmetics Manufactorum of Fee 99. But yeah, the rest of the group. Anyone radio up to or vox up to Mordecai?
Since I said we were, not since I've said that we were heading that way, no.
You say that in the Vox, did you, to everyone?
Yes.
Oh, okay, then. Yeah. So everybody heard. Okay.
Cool, I'll collapse the barrel on my rifle and make my way down.
As you start collapsing the barrel, you get up from your position, Mordecai, and stood at the top of the stairs with his fingers in his ears, looking at you with a giant shit-eating grin. He shouts out, "Are you moving? Gonna come with you now."
I just flash him a thumbs up and keep walking.
Oh, sweet! With his fingers still in his ears, he begins to make his way down the stairwell with you. Eventually, Mordecai, you and Leo reach the lower levels. Here, the crowds are still moving. Not as much as earlier, as most seem to be now piling around the scribes trying to get information on who's dead. A few others have made their way towards the cordon to behold this potential holy site of a saint that's appeared. But eventually, with you working your way through the alleys, the whole group meets up just a little bit away from the Augmetics Manufactorum.
So we're all grouped up outside of this building, have we?
Unless anyone's doing otherwise.
No.
What's the plan?
Well, you say this was an AdMech fucking building, is it?
Seems
Absolutely.
that way.
There's 3 sputtering electrified fences that ring around this towering Adeptus Mechanicus Manufactorum. As you make your way towards it, there would be 2 or 3 gates that are all guarded by gun servitors. Obviously, they would watch you with their half-dead, lobotomized stares. But eventually, your path would be blocked by this massive door, the shape of the cog and the skull in the center, stating it's part of the AdMech.
Enoch is going to approach the one little thing on the side that looks like it's
Yeah.
like a intercom.
Yeah.
And he's going to push the button. Is this thing on?
There would be a pause before the Vox plate starters to buzz. Rasp of binary static noise. There will be no response from you all, as no one understands binary. Followed by a heavily distorted sigh.
State your business.
One moment, sorry. We are here at the behest of our Lord. You have surveillance of the event that occurred, and we request access.
There's a pause. I don't even think any roll will help with this. That's just the brief sound of a Vox modified sigh and
Please vacate the premises. There is nothing here for you.
Is there a video screen or anything like that? Like, is there a camera?
there would be, yeah. There would be a servitor or a servo skull just above.
Well, there's nobody else around, and Enoch
Correct.
is there. He's going to take his rosette, and he's going to put it up to the camera.
Oh, fuck. There is no response except the sound of hydraulics hissing. Steam pouring from the edges of the door as the central cog in the middle begins to clank heavily to the side. With a loud hiss, the door opens. The Inquisitorial Rosette is the get out of jail free or get into jail free card. With the door finally clattering, a red-robed individual begins to make his way down towards you all. From what remains of his face, you can see there is a deep-set scowl as he glances over the group.
Artisan Halon Epsilon Vaughan of the Adeptus Mechanicus at your service. Please come inside.
And he'll follow him. He's gonna tuck the rosette away. He's not gonna like flash it to everybody.
You step into what appears to be a large corridor. Multiple doors branch off from this central corridor into smaller manufactorum areas where, with the doors that are open, you would see several servitors that are chained in place, making various parts of augmetics. Which I believe I did have a nicer interior scene for us. Boop. There we go.
Yeah, very nice.
Well then.
Epsilon Vaughan begins to escort you down to the far end of this long corridor to a, one could say almost an office, but it's more like a desk with a cogitator in between a multitude of servitors who are in the middle of construction. He sits down at the desk and motions for at least two of you, because there are only two chairs, to sit on the opposite side.
Enoch is just gonna stand there.
Yeah, I think everybody just stand there awkwardly.
We do not intend to take any more of your time than needed. There are concerns of things I'm sure you can appreciate, such as espionage by unsavory parties, and that is all we require, and that we will be gone, and you will not have to see us again.
You can confirm that your business here will be brief should we comply, yes?
Yes.
Very well. Those of the Inquisition, what do you require from this Augmetics Manufactorum?
You have many servitors posted outside for surveillance, some facing the blast that occurred. They would be the only witnesses of the actual event that survived, most likely, and of if someone had made off from there. There should only be minutes of footage from the date. I forget the exact date. But
Yeah.
I see. Just the picked footage with regards to the explosion, yes?
And with a
Yes.
questioning glance, he looks from you, Enoch, to the rest of the group.
Any footage from just after the event leading to the maglev area?
Very well. Your request is acceptable. I will require some time to converse with the machine spirit of this cogitator and the servitors in regards to acquiring the picked footage. Should take approximately an hour, maybe two.
I have every faith in your abilities, and we will stay out of your way.
Your faith in my abilities are not necessary, for the Omnissiah wills. It is by the Omnissiah's grace, insight, foresight, and knowledge that we will be set.
He begins to drabble and drone on before turning to the cogitator at his desk, tapping away, not looking at you all. Get the impression it means for you to stand there for the next 2 hours.
Is Leo still with us on this, is he?
He is. He is. And he is completely bewildered, wide-eyed, staring at all of the servitors. Quite fearful.
Yeah, Enoch's gonna, because he doesn't want to disturb the guy working, he's gonna walk over to Leo. Just think. You come back here after all this and get yourself a new leg.
I would really not like to see this place again, to be honest with you, because I know if I came back, the old red robe and tech head over the counter there would no doubt... And Leo just points to one of the servitors at the side of the room. I think he'll make me his desk slave.
You could be right about that. Augmented
Be right, Leo. But also think of it this way: upgrades, Leo.
I just wish Noros was here. He'd love to see this.
It would have been easier to converse with the chap, But
If Doris were here, I wouldn't have had to be like, Inquisition open up.
boom, 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 boom.
Mother, he's never going to live that down for the rest of the campaign.
I mean, I had to be the guy to show that because
All right. An hour and 40 minutes pass with you just standing around like lemons in this half office, half manufactorum area before Epsilon Vaughn turns his head away from the cogitator, muttering a prayer to the machine spirit of the device. He takes out a small, old wooden box. A single stick of incense is placed upright in the box, lit, and pushed towards the console. The next 20 minutes are spent with Epsilon Vaughn offering prayer to the cogitator. And as the last of the incense stick burns down, he turns his attention to you all.
It is done. I require a data slate.
He holds a hand out expectantly to you all.
Has anybody got a fucking data slate?
Yes, but...
The person that had it isn't fucking here.
You have no data slate.
listen, it's not that we don't have a data slate. It's that our data slate had something to do and ran away just before we got here. It's really, if they had been along, it would have been a much... You'd know if they were here. You'd know.
The Emperor works in mysterious ways.
Epsilon Vaughn turns to a drawer at the side of his desk and produces a data slate. Taking a cord from the cogitator into the back of it, he begins to upload the footage to the data slate. This takes a few moments before eventually he slides it across the table to you all. Any further actions that require the Adeptus Mechanicus? You're going to be at minus one success level. They're not happy. This is going to pass down.
Yeah. Very well. And yeah, it's okay. That's going to be the upshot. Our Mechanicus guy is not here, so they can't tie him to us.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll just have to let him operate on his own when he does that.
If you wish to leave the defective unit with myself, I would be happy to take that as recompense for this transaction.
He points a taloned finger over towards Leo.
It is. I'm guessing Leo hears this too, right? Like,
Yeah. No.
I was just gonna put his hand on his shoulder and go, "The Emperor appreciates your sacrifice."
Now you're having a laugh, right? Yeah, that's a good one. You had me going there for a minute.
He's just gonna look at the group, and I don't think anybody's laughing.
Very well.
not in character.
this seems to be a suitable transaction.
At that, you hear the heavy clanking sound of metal footsteps on floor as two combat servitors begin to make their way towards Leo. One of them, with an outstretched pneumatic claw, grabs hold of his arm, and a staticky screech would emit from Epsilon Vaughn in Benaric as the servitors begins to drag Leo off to a room at the side. Guys, yeah, you can't be serious. This is how you repay me for helping out the Inquisition. They'll all know. I'll tell everyone when I get out of here. I'm going to let them all know that you're all fucked. Oh, God. The doors close as Leo is dragged by the servitor into a back room.
And so Enoch is going to look at Epsilon and apologies for the inconvenience. I hope that this makes up for the loss of time and productivity in some way. And he's going to give him a little bow and start to back away with the data slate.
The fact that you've just sacrificed an Inquisition informant, absolutely. I'm going to revoke the -1 Mechanicus. He got the better deal. He's just got himself a a new desk servitor.
Yeah.
Your transaction was appreciated. If there is anything further we of the Adeptus Mechanicus can offer,
I promised you it would be brief.
should you wish to offer any others for transaction, my Volk's contact details are on the data slate. Blessed
Absolutely.
be unto you all.
And with the last words of glory be unto the Omnissiah, I guess you're all making your way back out.
Yep.
Any words on that?
I mean, he was probably going to be dead at the end of this anyways. This is probably better fitting for him.
I mean, so it's a dirty world out there. It's 40K. It's grimdark. Everybody's dead. It's just a matter of when. You know, he's a one-legged man who's out gangbanging. He's involved in Inquisition, but only enough to owe them and be quote-unquote an informant, but kind of a scumbag who runs up debts and is probably going to be dead before he can actually be contacted for more use by the Inquisition.
Yeah, he's a liability.
Yeah.
He is a massive liability. He's also been trying to gather information on us. He's talking about, no one's gonna know shit because he's gonna be a toaster in about 5 minutes.
Let's face it, he's a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest.
There is no innocence, only degrees of guilt.
Oh, we're definitely in Warhammer now.
Yep.
So, stepping back out, escorted by a servitor, the stationary gun servitors, at this point, they don't seem to be following you. Their guns are pointing back out in the direction of the acid refinery. You walk down the central causeway, finding yourself back in acid refinery Delta 64. And it's here. He's gone, for starts. You would see a familiar woman, at least for Faust and Barrick, running with 2 Vigili escorts towards you.
Oh, wonderful.
We'll be right back in a minute. Let's call our last break for the game. We'll have a refill and a pee.
The last thing that Enoch's doing before seeing this is just looking at Mordecai. Good job bringing Leo.
Oh dear me. All right, I will be but a moment.
That quote, "A one-legged man in an ass-kicking competition," just floored me.
Oh, my word.
Never has a saying been more apt.
I mean, you know, we're all gonna die in this at the end. Like, or if we're not dead by the end of this, I will be surprised. So, you know, everybody, you know, everybody's expendable. Ugh. But I do have the other character like, wow, we keep doing awful things to people.
Yep.
Except for, you know, like, honestly, the guy who got forced out the window like a VHS, I
It's not my fault.
I don't regret that.
Oh, no, I don't want to hear nothing from you, Shade, alright? Everything that happened to that guy is your fault.
I mean, in other campaigns, we've done much worse than one guy.
It's true.
Technically, not dead.
Yeah.
This Shade, oh, okay, yeah. You have to find out. You have to find out next week, Shade.
You find out in character.
Yeah. You stormed off back to the Thala hostelry because something, you know.
Charge your batteries.
Yeah.
Fucking...
We met some of your friends at the Adeptus Mechanicus, which is nice. All right, are we all back?
Yeah.
Cool. So, making our way down the platform towards you all is a familiar sign to Barrick and Faust. And that would be...
The world's shittest hat.
Yes. Investigator Galliac Crane of the Adeptus Ministorum. She seems to be waving something in your direction as she hurriedly makes her way.
Watch out, the hat's back.
Thank you, Mordecai.
My lord! Well, we've... Oh, she catches her breath as she stands in front of you, Faust, waving what appears to be an augmetic arm.
You're going to need a leg up to give her a high five.
Yeah, yes, very helpful, Mordecai.
My lord, you missed this at the... Oh. Panting, she offers this severed augmetic arm to you.
Faust's gonna take his gloves off and then take it from her.
It was in the circle under a piece of... Oh. I did mention it briefly.
He did mention a piece of metal, but...
Would have been cool to have in the the Augmetics place, but oh well. As you take this severed augmetic arm in hand, it's a severed arm. Do you inspect it further, or?
Yeah. Is it just the arm that's broken, or is it clearly like got?
It
has
seems
got red on it.
No, there is no red on it. From the severed part, it is smooth, as if a molecular blade or something of that sharpness cut through it. It is slightly curved.
Huh.
As if that was perhaps inside the central part of this circle when something went off.
Like a dog sniffing something. He's gonna try and find the psychic spore of whoever it belonged to.
All right. Roll me a Science. There's a lot of people here, so it is difficult. It seems to point to the two Vigilites, but there's also a resonance with other Vigilites in the area.
Is this like a standard issue part? Like a standard issue, like...
Roll me a... in fact, if everyone's going in on this, I'll give everyone the chance, or at least for those who are interested in looking at it. Roll me a straight up difficult, in fact it's going to be hard, a hard tech check, since our Mechanicus isn't here.
Where's tech?
Tech, right at the very bottom. Fucking hell, Barrick, success. Oh my god.
1 verse 4.
Barrick, you know that there's typically a serial number hidden under the wrist plate of these. These are standard issue for either Militarum or Arbite Vigilite use. What do you do?
I'm gonna take it from Faust and check for that serial number. All while saying, no, from my understanding, these are standard issue for Militarum, Arbitites, those, of those sort.
You also know that if anyone wants to track a serial number, it's possible, because they are all serial numbers are linked to individuals, and over your shoulder, there's probably a place you could do that.
Now, and by searching it, I would find the serial number and everything.
Absolutely. Yeah. The serial number would be there. There'd be under the wrist plate. It requires a little bit of force and a certain way of sliding it back and then to the side. But yeah, there will be a serial number easily read that everyone who gets issued augmetics in the Astra Militarum or its similar organisations like the Vigilites or the Arbites, it would be linked to a personnel profile. Or at least a sales ledger or a manufacturer's installation database.
Well, would you look at that? A serial number. And aren't we in the perfect place to go back and get who this could be, who it's for?
Yes, well, I do believe it's the investigator's job to do the investigating.
The woman looks at you with a bit of an arched brow. You wish for me to go and request the Adeptus Mechanicus?
Yes.
Okay, I can certainly try. I just thought someone with your... she points towards you, Faust. Authority would expedite this, but very well. She extends 2 hands towards Barrick. Go on, Enoch.
Well, it just occurs to me that this is one thing, and it's one across everybody who has augmetics. This place could track. But would the Vigilites not have the knowledge of who has their limbs issued to them? Couldn't they just look it up?
You are absolutely correct.
So we don't need to go. I really don't want to go back to the
You don't want to go back there and see Leo as a fresh servitor?
No, it'd just be awkward. It'd be really awkward, okay? So that should be enough to know who was there.
One of the Vigilites chimes in. We've got Precinct Fortress Majoris as no doubt your prime candidate for that. Head towards the Maglev Nexus. Easily posted. It's where we all operate from.
Excellent. Inform them of our imminent arrival.
Of course. Who am I informing? Just the Astra Telepathica, or do you have a name or an identification to go along with that?
The Lord Faust of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica.
Lord Faust. Very well. The Vigilite turns away, holds a finger to his ear, and begins to mutter through the Vox channels.
Yeah, I realized we could go back there, but no.
Fuck that shit.
Barrick's gonna keep hold the cybernetic arm and
Okay.
not let it go. He's just gonna leave the lady there with her arms stretched out, looking like an idiot. He just turns around and starts making way.
Seeing this, she just drops her arms to the side. Before, do the rest of you depart as well, walking away?
Yeah, Enoch is kind of like picking up that this person is under the impression that Faust is like a highborn noble and obviously a sanctioned psyker and everything. So he's just going to kind of like follow after him at a pace, almost like he's like part of his entourage or something like that.
Okay. Austrian, what are you up to through all of this?
He's just following along, trying not to get in the way, especially when in the Adeptus Mechanicus area, he's just trying not to knock shit over, which he probably is. Knocking shit over, loud banging noises. He's just
Odd
staying in the back
servitor.
of the group for now. Yeah, the odd servitor, he accidentally, like, maybe have crushes against the wall with something, says oops.
All right, Mordecai. Anything in particular you wish to add in all this?
No, I'm just gonna slink off, picking my way through the crowd, not pulling any attention,
Yeah.
as I've got an enormous sniper rifle underneath my poncho.
Poncho. All right. So with the group of 6 now reduced to 5, you leave the Ministorum investigator and her 2 Vigilite guards in the streets. The only thing now really would be to view the footage on the data slate that the pick servitors picked up.
Well, luckily we have a taxi, so we can head back there, tell him, hey, we need to go here and watch that video.
Absolutely.
Sounds like a plan.
So, over the Vox, Ratchet, we're on our way back. Just to give him a heads up in case he decided to, like, change locations or something.
You just hear. Hey, all right, I'll spool the engines up.
All right. Good to go.
Excellent. So, with that, Orc Skull, welcome in, and welcome in Raiders. How was the stream, my dude? Oh, there's a resub. I thought, I'm blind. Even so, 13 months. I saw 13, and quickly, I appreciate it. It's been a
Time flies.
It's been a long week. 13 months. That's over a year. God, blimey. But no, thank you, Orc. I appreciate it, buddy. So, you make your way back up the spiral stairwell of one of the disused acid vats where you would find Ratchet awaiting with the AV. Good to go.
All right. Well, then we shall board and watch this video while we're in flight,
Okay.
assuming that it's no longer like leaning to one side and juddering the entire time.
It is.
Yeah, did he fix the fucking engine? Why would...
It's still coughing and spluttering with smoke every now and again, but it's nowhere near as bad as before. As the vessel rises up, there's a few coughs, a few splutters, the thick, black, oily smoke puffs out, but it does seem a little bit more stable. In the back, though, you take the data slate and begin to look over the footage, and the picked footage that is relatively grainy. And as it begins to flicker to life, you would see from a pretty high point the whole compound of the acid refinery Delta 64 before all of a sudden just a wall of blinding white light. Slowly, as the servitors' oculars begin to refocus and as the dust and rubble settle, you would see a sparking spherical energy field in the center of a large crater that seems to be protecting a stooped, robed, hooded individual. After a few moments, the field seems to sputter out of existence, and the robed individual stumbles away from the scene. seems to be clutching something around his wrist, or their wrist for that matter. Moments later, the being wrenches the object free from their wrist and tosses it down onto the ground before kicking a piece of rubble over it. Begins to, after that. What's it gone?
Looking at that part of the video,
Yeah.
does it look like it could have been the arm that we have in our position now? Like it was grasping his arm and it severed and was locked around his wrist?
Absolutely. Yes.
Wait. So the mechanical arm was grabbing his other arm.
Yeah.
I think that he was being grabbed by somebody who had the mechanical arm.
Mm-hmm.
The blast went off. This guy survived, but the arm was still clamped onto his wrist.
Correct.
Oh, okay, right.
So yes, he then ripped the mechanical arm off of his wrist, threw it on the ground, kicked a piece of rubble over it, and set out, stumbling across this crater. The crowd of labourers and acid vat workers would be standing there in stunned silence. Several of them starting to gather in a crowd as this figure rushes off in the direction of the Maglev Nexus. There would then be a cut from the video, from the pict, to one of the servitors on the side of the Adeptus Mechanicus building that looks out in the direction of the Maglev Nexus on close by to the refinery, and the same individual would be seen running into the Maglev Nexus, confirming that he went in there and most likely got a train out.
Seems that our culprit may be some scoundrel that this particular arbiter was after. Maybe someone they were investigating.
Wonderful.
It's also a shame that our tech priest isn't here. Anyone have any advancements
Honestly,
in the
it
tech?
is.
In the tech skills?
Nope.
Yeah, I'm sure that I don't, but I'm gonna check just because.
I got a 48 in intelligence, which gives me 48 in tech.
Do you have any advancements in the tech skills?
None, not even remotely close. No.
Ah, that's a shame.
No, we got a tech priest for that.
In that case, Astra Militarum individuals, Mordecai, Barrick, roll me a very hard tech roll, please.
I'm trying to find it.
So good. So at the very bottom, the last one on
Found
the
it.
list.
Oh yeah, this is gonna go swimming.
Not as bad as Barrick's. So yeah, sadly, there was a spherical energy field. You don't know exactly which sort. You've either not seen this or the footage is too grainy to tell you exactly what it is.
Be great if we had Noros around.
I mean, I didn't want to say this was going to be a tech-heavy session, but it seems this has been a tech-heavy session. But regardless, that's the footage. If any thoughts on that whole situation in the refinery?
Honestly, I'm thinking about like Terminator. like the inverse the teleport bubble, like something like that. Potentially.
Yeah, personal shield or something like that. But what's this guy doing with that level of technology, right?
Have to be somebody very important.
Or very shady.
Yeah. Or because like teleportation is a thing in 40k.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's it's pretty jank, but like things like Terminators have it, and there are fields like they can warp some. So I'm just wondering like if it was possible that they teleported from somewhere else, ended up landing in the middle of this, setting off the explosion, then materializing after the fact. Like it's hard to know.
Yeah.
So what were you thinking? He was running away from this fucking Vigilite. The Vigilite got a hold of him. He fucking teleported, taking the arm with him,
Potentially.
and set off his catastrophic fucking
Meltdown of a plasma reactor.
Yeah.
It would be that or the personal shield theory. And so the thing is, once we figure out who the Vigilite was, if the Vigilite is still alive, we can know it's going one way. If he's dead, then we can know it's going the other. Because losing your automatic arm would not kill you. But, if he happens to have not shown up for duty with the Vigilite since that day, then we know he's probably cooked, literally, or atomized, as it were.
Okay. Let's go find out.
Yeah.
That's right.
So, there are 3 angles at the moment. The 2 main ones that you've surmised would be searching for this hooded figure who ran away from the scene of the explosion into the maglev. Other one is the augmetic arm. The last one being that the roster of workers disappeared. So those are kind of the 3 main leads that you've all got.
Yes.
Well, finding out about who this they said their station was near the locomotive station, right?
Yes.
So if we're going there anyway, like that's 2 birds, 1 stone.
So you're heading to what was the precinct Fortress Majoris, where the Vigilites.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. It would be at this moment where there would be a bit of static from your Vox beads. And the voice of Noros would come through. Something about... It seems to be flustered and it mixes both Gothic and Binaric when he's speaking, so you can't seem to understand exactly what's been said. But supposedly, Davor 404, the servo skull assigned to you, has just passed a message from the Inquisitor to Davos. To Noros. Something about Archdeacon Artosi is scheduled to have a meeting with the planetary governor to make a report on the Saint incident. you need to find out quick sharp before this meeting in 3 days' time. So that's where Noros went to get the skull. With that, though,
Very well.
another hour passes as you dodge traffic and make your way up to the AV, hop in, dodge traffic, and begin to make your way towards Precinct Fortress Majoris. Here, as you begin to approach the fortress, it's certainly a sight to behold. As you make your way through a transportation tunnel onto the level where the precinct resides, you would see that Precinct Fortress Majoris is enormous. It seems to almost take up the entirety of this level. Granted, this thing is thousands of years old. The Aquila is in a state of disrepair. It seems that no cranes can actually make their way down here to hoist a new one in its stead, so it seems to just hang from the front of the building. Stains, rust, grime hang on to this ancient bastion of power, but it is busy. Very, very busy. You would see a line that seems to loop down the large stairwell that leads towards the Maglev Nexus here, and various elevators. One line seems to have a giant banner above the top that says Incarceratum. And then a second line, which there's no one there apart from the odd vigilite who makes their way towards the entrance. It would also be at this point where, through the Vox, you would overhear one of the vigilite scribes from, sort of traffic control, radio into the cockpit, asking for either clearance or identification. And with that, Ratchet would turn around. They're wanting identification for docking.
Probably best we don't land at the actual fortress like that. That seems.
Am I telling them that we... Oh, you're used.
So.
Oh,
I'm. Yeah, but you could put us down nearby without going in range of the guns that they have on this this building, no doubt. Like, sorry, I kind of forgot the character there. Just put us down nearby and we'll walk in. We're just concerned investigators. We're already here though. We already kind of dropped the ball and they're redoing.
This is AV371. Apologies, traffic control. Thrusters on the blip. Strayed too far away. Making a turn. Sorry. Sorry. It's just here. Curses spewed from the Vox, from the air traffic controller on the other side. As the red line from one of the turrets just seems to aim at the craft, intimidating, before Ratchet swings it hard to pour away to find a more conspicuous landing spot.
Yeah, that's Of course, we're going through all this. You said there's the one line that's going to the Incarceratum, so that's the prison.
Yep.
Probably people who are visiting or whatever, or something like that. do we see the banner, any kind of marking or banner for the line that, like, there's hardly anybody?
Yep. From this point, as you can see, it would say Vigilites.
We'll probably just go up that line until we're stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. It might get awkward, but yeah.
Alright, so you step out of the AV a little away from Precinct Fortress Majoris and begin to make your way into the... not so much streets, but almost like various basilicas below, like tiers of a pyramid, before merging onto this enormous central stairwell where the queue seems to snake down. This place, though, that you're in, where the fortress resides, is almost like an expansive room. It's starkly bland, despite various massive murals, propaganding house castics, and the judgmental authority of the Macarian Vigilites. But this long queue snakes back and forth down the stairwell. Heavy chains cordon off the queue from the Incarceratum and the Vigilites. And in the Incarceratum queue, there would be people who seem to be, as you mentioned, visitors. Those with papers and passes to see individuals. Others, though, would stand there manacled. Some in web nets, metal muzzles. Perhaps people handing themselves in for either penance, punishment, because sometimes it's probably safer in the Incarceratum than it is outside.
I'm guessing that there might also be people with like that are clearly like bounty hunters that have grabbed people and they're bringing them in.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But this queue's huge, so you make your way through the queue, dip under the heavy chained barrier onto the opposite side where the Vigilites queue is. Anyone have any questions or ideas? Anything anyone wishes to say to each other with all this?
Nope, it's going to be the Lord Faust show soon.
It's going to probably be the Lord Faust show. But Barrick, do you have that arm?
I do.
I'm a touch less imposing than you. If you want to hand it to me, then I can proffer it to them if we're stopped by any Vigilites inclined to take action before thinking things through.
Sure. Here you go.
So Enoch's just going to have the arm like in front of him in both of his hands, kind of hoping that any Vigilite will recognize what it is because they have them most likely because it's rough on Hive World. So yeah, that's he's going to try to be it towards the front too, so that him and hopefully Faust somewhere close to the front.
Okay. Just for the sake of it, everyone roll me a routine intuition surroundings check.
Routine.
Okay. Barrick, Faust, you see nothing.
I mean, it's a marginal failure. I'm too busy getting my game face on.
So Osterin, Barrick, Osterin, Mordecai, and Enoch, you would immediately see that as you make your way into the Vigilite line, all eyes turn to you. It's unusual for anybody beside the Vigilites to be on this side of the line. And perhaps this novelty could be used to your advantage somehow. But you would also realize that storming towards you is a full squad of 8 Vigilites who were originally on guard outside the door and now making their way down the stairwell at a brisk pace, shotguns drawn, pointing in your direction. One of them at the front holding a hand up, shouting, "Stay still! Do not move, or you will be shot!"
All right. So when they start shouting that, Enoch's going to stop with the arm outstretched in front of him.
Okay. Anybody else wish to do anything to during all this?
I'm just gonna thud my my psychic staff into the ground and just crack the cobblestones with kinetic force and just be like, okay, I've stopped.
Ostrin's gonna no longer be slouched. He's gonna stand up to his full height.
Okay. Varric?
He's just gonna be ready for anything.
Yeah.
But he's got a feeling it'll be fine.
Alright. Mordecai, anything you wish to do?
I'm just stood there, head cocked to one side, lazy smile on my face, both my hands underneath my poncho.
The Vigilites don't approach you. As they begin to get close, they don't... That initial bravado, gusto, the speed they had seems to falter as they see this... group who don't seem to give a fuck arrayed in front of them. They keep a relatively safe distance, about 15 or so meters. All of them shotguns pointing in your direction as the lead Vigilite steps forward. Right, good. Go on then, out with it. Why, you obviously aren't part of the riffraff. The fact that you're stood here with someone of... It looks over you, Faust. I guess you've revealed the black cloak and the staff.
Yeah, I'm full fucking, badge of office hanging from my neck, fucking 4 staff stuck in the ground. So I'm like, giving off the air of, why am I being stopped? Why have I slowed down? I'm like that annoyed, charged atmosphere.
And as they do this, obviously Faust is there, but we come as Lord Faust of the Adeptus Astra Telepathicus envoy. We were told that we were radioed ahead by 2 of your men with a lady investigator at the recent scene of the disaster in the acid refinery.
All right. Stand by while I verify this information. It looks towards the other Vigilites who all nod, keeping their guns trained on you as he touches his ear and begins to whisper into the Vox bead. Several minutes pass before eventually waves a hand at the Vigilites, all of them lowering their weapons. Alright. Story checks out. It appears my deepest apologies, Lord Faust and your retinue, for that. Can't be too careful.
Understood. Yes. No need for apologies. Only the swift pursuit of justice. And he's going to hold the arm up to make it more apparent that draws eye to it. It seems that one of your men may have been a victim at this. And he's going to wait just a moment for the guy to respond.
There's roughly, I would say, at least 200 eyes from the other queue looking at this display. A lot of people have just witnessed this whole scene. Some of the bounty hunters in the queue would start pushing their prey back up as the line ahead. There was a bit of a gap, and as people realised that the gaps started to elongate, they quickly rush in to close it. But the Vigilite leader steps to the side, shoulders his shotgun, and offers an arm in the direction of the precinct fortress gate. We will escort you all to the officers. Perhaps best not discussed out here with this rabble.
Quite right. And he's going to keep the arm in the same place, like out in front of him, like it's a relic or something. And he'll start walking forward. He'll be the first guy to take a step in case anybody does anything weird.
All right. You all make your way safely up this giant stairwell, stepping through the large arch that separates the Incarceratum to the Vigilites' access. And here you are met with a relatively clean interior, at least from the Vigilites' side. Passing through multiple detectors, each of them blaring with alarm for unauthorized weapons, but due to your standing, your Vigilite guards wave away the others to pat you all down. You're led into a side room where behind a desk is an aged woman. She's seen many years on the force here as a Vigilite, and as she looks up from the desk to the leader of the Vigilites, thank you for bringing our esteemed guests here. You and the rest of your squad may continue to hold the front. Make sure no one, in fact, get two to remain outside. I want no one entering this room. It's very rare for us to get individuals from the Astra Telepathica, so with a nod, the Vigilite guard steps out, leaving you five in the room with this woman. She turns her attention to you all, offers a respectful bow of the head as she stands from her desk. I am Duty Officer Sergeant Jaria Vogt, at your service.
And he's going to look over at Enoch's going to look over at Faust to just like kind of see if he's going to say anything, and then
No, Faust just is going to give the head nod, like a yeah, go on.
You are familiar with the disaster that occurred at the acid refinery recently?
The duty officer pinches the bridge of her nose and slowly begins to nod. Yes, I've had several squads deployed to cordon off the area and assist in holding back some of the rabble.
And he's going to turn the arm towards her. Well, this may be able to lead toward a resolution where you do not have to have this headache any longer.
So, before I respond to that, I'm going to take this quick opportunity to... God blimey, I've got a bit to catch up on. So,
Go ahead.
Valorant, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Then Hype Train started with Noxious Druid throwing his bits at me. Durs gifting subs out. Vexing Cat also just threw out a bunch of subs. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. I appreciate it immensely. Thank you for the support. Welcome to our little corner of chaos on Twitch. Alright, so with this augmetic arm presented to her, the duty officer motions to place it on the table. Yes, it looks to be one of ours that's typically offered to Vigilites who lose a limb in line of duty. May I?
Yes, he'll hold it out to her the same pose he's been holding it in and just extend it towards her.
She takes the severed arm in a similar gesture with both hands, offering a thankful nod to you, Enoch, before placing it down on her desk. There, she reaches down to grab a device that looks similar to an Auspex. But taking a cable from the back of it, she plugs it into a slot at the wrist. Having moved the panel aside where the serial number is, seems to be a small jack port. She quickly makes a note of the serial number, checks the Auspex, and for the next few moments all you would hear is just the clicking, the ticking of the Auspex as it begins to pull whatever information is saved on there, as well as perhaps even take the reference of the serial number. Whilst it's doing that, she looks around the rest of the group, eyebrow arched inquisitively. You know, normally there's only two types of people who come to Precinct Fortress Majoris. Noble Vigilites and infractionist scum. You aren't Vigilites, so you can't be innocent, but you're certainly not infractionists, so... and a member of the Astra Telepathica, if I may be so bold as to inquire, my lord, as why are you delving into what seems to be a terrorist plot?
Is it?
And Enoch is going to look at Faust when he's talking, even when he isn't, and then look back at her.
Is that how you see this?
Well, I dare say the something of that magnitude, taking out an acid refinery, it's from the outside seems to be, until I get a report from others that say otherwise. That would be my first guess. The workers there have not exactly been under the best of conditions for a while. There's been a few of them in the past who've tried to revolt. If it wasn't for the work of some of the coven of the Blazing Seraph, smoothing over feathers, offering arms to those down and out, I think this may have happened even sooner.
You hold these Seraph in high regard?
As much as I hold all members of the Administorum in high regard, they are sanctioned by the Archdeacon himself. They are loyal servants of the Emperor.
Is that said in a, like, that sounded very diplomatic. Is this like a she can't stand them, but she's trying to just not say that she can't stand them?
I'm not even going to ask for a roll because you picked up on that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I got that. Okay.
Yes, that is a very by the book. Like most in high places in the Imperium, you have to cover your ass.
Yeah, you can't be telling random people that you despise people.
No, because that's heretical, especially if you're talking about someone from the Adeptus Ministor, sorry, the Ministorum. That's heresy.
How very diplomatic of you.
She just bows her head and says no more on the subject.
Fair enough.
So it's ticking and whirring and all that. Well, more to your assumption on what may be, it may interest you to know that this came from that site. The dead center.
Is that so? Interesting. Perhaps it's blip. Just as she was about to speak, there's a blip from the Auspex as she looks over and it appears to have completed its task. So a moment. She takes the Auspex, plugs it into the cogitator on her desk, and begins to extract the data. It only takes a moment or two before she begins to nod. She takes the screen, shifts her chair slightly to the side, and moves it around so that you all can see. Augmetic armor, originally crafted in the Adeptus Mechanicus Fee 99, Augmetics Manufactorum. Serial number belongs to one of the Vigilites, Novem Zhao.
Novem Zhao.
She's supposed to actually be based out of Precinct Majoris. Hold. She turns the screen back and begins to tap on the keyboard. She looks back at the augmetic arm. These things, these limbs, typically have a plasteel core. For something to shear that in the manner it has done so cleanly, I don't think there's any handheld weapons that I know of that could do that.
Exactly. There's a suspect linked to this.
Oh?
We have footage of him heading towards the locomotum station. Where could he have gone to from there?
For the Maglev Nexus, there's a fair few destinations. I mean, it links to the acid refinery, but from there it would lead more into Cathedrum Stratus. It would be a place there. I mean, again, the world's your oyster when you've got access to the train station. As for... she taps the screen. Novum. She's not reported in for a while. How about we go for a little drive, gentlemen?
Oh.
Oh.
She nods.
Where?
And
So go on, Enoch.
no, this is one thing Enoch is just going to defer to whatever Faust says, because he's not going to be making decisions for him in front of this because of this whole farce they're trying to put on. That he's
Deeper into Precinct Fortress Majoris, typically to the training halls and investigation chambers, and perhaps even the locker storage units, where most of our officers, most of our Vigilites, store their possessions when on duty. Because I believe, and she takes a slip of parchment from... there's a servo skull just off to the side of her desk that's bolted to the desk with a reel of parchment and a scribe on it that seems to be writing things down. She's basically...
She hasn't clocked out.
Correct. She tears off the parchment, offering it over the counter to you all. And it's basically a report of what's just been handed in. The name of the Vigilite who the arm belongs to. The location of her locker, and her last clocking in times for shift.
Does it have a patrol route as well? Like, was she supposed to be in the acid manufactorum?
It's a lot of information. Roll me a linguistics. Do you have cipher linguistics as a... or is it just linguistics you've got?
I've got just linguistics.
Just roll me a straight linguistics check. It's a lot of data to quickly scan.
Just straight roll, yeah.
Routine. Make it routine. Yeah, there is indeed a patrol route, and bear with me. Yes, she... Okay, she wasn't supposed to have been at the acid refinery.
All right, so Faust's gonna go to her and go, where's this in relation to this? Because like he doesn't know the area, so he'd be like, okay, well, this, like, are these two close together?
No, it her patrol route was 3 districts to the east of the Maglev Nexus and the acid refinery.
Interesting. Yes, show us to her belongings. There may be clues as to why she was there. And who she was there with.
So.
The plot thickens.
That it does. That it does. Duty Officer Vorg escorts you out of the room down a labyrinthine maze of corridors before eventually you reach what appears to be a underground, almost like a tramway. Stepping onto one of the trams, she heads to the central console, presses a few buttons, and with a heavy thud, the tram sets off down the track. And you can see from your seats behind her that she seems to be plotting a course ahead, and this would be noticeable as you approach a junction. You would see the tracks just shift to the side automatically. It takes about an hour for you all to eventually reach the destination. There's not much to see. The vast majority of the underground tram system beneath Precinct Fortress Majoris is blocked in darkness. Vaughn gives you a brief explanation on the route. Well, but these things are so tight, so narrow, that should any of the incarcerated get out, have a look at the front of the trams and the rear. We have, and you would see, basically bladed dozer blades.
Jesus Christ.
On the front and back of the tram. Yeah, so, and obviously with these being so close to the wall and the ceiling, if any of the incarcerated do get out, well, it only takes one of these trams making their way down the line to clear it out, one would say.
how very efficient.
Thank you, my lord. Eventually, though, you would reach the end of this journey. As the door to the tram slides open, you are met with a wide open chamber that has multiple branches leading into various locker rooms. Each of these locker rooms would best be described as a locker warehouse. There are rows upon rows upon rows, 2-3 levels high of lockers, each one for the Vigilites. And with a piece of paper in hand, the duty officer just motions in the direction of this vast warehouse. Nervum's locker is in there. If I remember rightly, it's the third storage room on the left. I will await here for when you are done.
Thank you for your assistance.
She bows her head and makes her way to a small restroom, almost like a cafeteria, off to the sides, where a few other Vigilites who are off duty will be sat. Some of them partaking in low sticks, others drinking, others eating. But you get the impression she's just found a great excuse to not do any work for the next however long this will take.
So it appears like the Arbites and the people they almost live entirely apart from the rest of the populace in like their own fortress.
Mm-hmm.
And they only go out on duty, like, or if they have another reason, but like they don't really rub shoulders with anyone.
Correct.
Fantastic.
So I know we're getting close on time, so we will we'll raise the locker, and I think that's a good time to call it. So let's find out what's in the locker, shall we?
What's in the box?
Right.
What's in the box? You make your way into the third storeroom on the left, and you are met with rows upon rows of lockers. Now, these aren't small lockers. These are large. Each locker could pretty much be classed as a small vault. And as you make your way, it takes a good 10 minutes to walk through the lockers to find Novem's designated stash. Putting in the code, unlocking it, you swing open the door and reveal a 2 meter deep, 1 meter wide, and again a 2 meter tall storage locker. On the left hand side, rows upon rows of parchment, tomes, cases that she'd worked on. Off to the corner, a few pieces of equipment, keepsakes. A light flickers on in the center, illuminating this mess. What do you all do?
I'm gonna start rifling through everything to see what she was working on.
All right. Let's go for a just a straight logic test from everyone who's helping, and I want to know how you are helping, because bear in mind this is 2 meters deep, 2 meters tall, but 1 meter wide. It's quite cramped.
I mean, Barrick would be pulling paper out and handing it to anyone that would be willing to help, like, you know, rifle through paper and everything and read through it as quickly as we can.
All right. Let's go from a logic test from everyone.
I have one additional query.
Okay.
Just in this room,
Mm-hmm.
is there anything that looks like the modified Aquila associated with the Coven or anything like that? Is there anything recognizable, like iconography, that might imply that this person might have been involved with them?
Roll your logic check. Let's find out, shall we?
All right.
So a failure is not a complete failure. Just to put your mind at rest.
Sorry, I didn't fail.
But yeah.
Oh, I'm going to. Oh yeah.
Mordecai, are you helping in this at all?
No.
No.
While
Okay.
everyone's looking in the locker, I am looking out, making sure no one comes up behind us or anything silly like that.
Smart.
The last thing you'd want to do is be shoved into a vault and locked in there.
Very, very smart. Osterin, what are you up to?
Barrick just
He's just-
waving a piece of paper in his face, just like, take it, take it.
He just takes the piece of paper. It's not like he can read very well, so I mean,
Proceeds to
This-
eat paper.
he's just,
Moving boxes out, I guess. All right. So, Barrick, you are just in the process of moving vast quantities of parchment and tomes out of the shelving side of the locker, passing them to Osterin, throwing them out into the open part of the locker room, quickly giving things a skim, but not too much. You're not delving into it in depth. It would be Faust who would be rifling through what's thrown out. Enoch, why are you making this difficult for everyone?
Because Enoch is looking at like the walls and stuff as opposed to actually looking at the paperwork. He's just like, there must be some whiff of heresy here. These Seraph, and he's kind of like in his own little world looking for something to tie this back to them, to blame them. And it's just a little bit distracting, and he's just absolutely useless for this investigation.
So with that then, let me 15, so 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. How long do you want to spend sifting through these documents is the question. So the first 20 minutes, I'm going to do that with Faust roll. So the first 20 minutes, Faust, you find a report from Novem that states she believes that the Cutters gang abduct people with augmetics. Many abductions occurred at the Maglev Nexus close to the acid refinery. It's unclear why they're being abducted or what happens to them, as no abductees have yet been recovered or accounted for. That's your first 20 minutes.
I'd say at least an hour.
Yep. So
Yeah.
another hour on top. So next 20 minutes. As everyone starts to go through the documents, you would find another report from Novem. She recorded circumstantial evidence that the Cutters and Gangers participated in the worship of the blazing Seraph. She'd observed them wearing iconography and even tattoos associated with them. Another 20 minutes go by. 40 minutes. Novem's notes indicate that the Cutters use much better equipment than would be expected of lower Hive Gangers. She looked for but could not find any evidence of recently reported thefts of such equipment. She speculates that the augmetic theft may be funding these acquisitions. The last one for your hour. Another piece of parchment reveals that through repeated observations and through stepping out from her usual patrol route, she's observed cutters operating out of a bar called the Claymore. In addition, she's repeatedly saw them near the acid refinery, deep in the territory of a rival gang called the Scarred Hands. It's currently 20 past 6 in the morning. You guys have been at it for a while. Do you still want to go through more documents?
I feel like we're getting a lot of good leads here.
Yeah.
You say 3 past 6 in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 more hour and then we'll head
Another
back.
hour? All right.
Yeah.
You've been at this for a while. I'm going to need everyone to make... in fact, no, sorry. For those looking through the documents, roll me another logic check, please. This time it will
Straight
be not routine. You've started moving some of the vast amounts, the bulk of the documents out. And you
Help
start...
them out with this. I'll
Go on.
have gone to the break room and got them some cups of caffeine.
Some recaf. Oh, in fact,
Yeah.
Vigil. No, yeah, Vigil. I still recaf, but absolutely, all right. I'm on board with that. I'm going to.
Eric's starting to pass out while standing up.
All right. But yeah, so Mordecai returns with recaf in hand. Go for it. What are you all doing?
Oh, well, Barrick's like, in there, like, he was pulling paper out, and now he's just kind of like, just standing there, his head just like slightly resting against like the door, and just a slight snore coming from him as he's like dozed off.
Recaf's waved under your nose.
Come on, guardsman, up and at 'em.
Just shaky hand takes the recaf and starts drinking it.
I was going to deny you one piece of thingy, but with Lee bringing recaf, with Mordecai bringing recaf, I'll let you have it.
Nice.
So, 40 past 6. Still digging through documentation. Another
Yeah,
report.
following the same thread of... Yeah.
Many known worshippers of the Blazing Seraph attend worship services at the Cathedral of Rationed Beneficence, including members of the Cutters, who mingle with their social betters. The recaf starting to kick in. It's now 7 a.m. And another piece of information arises. This time a report more recently. Archdeacon Artosi, head of the Cathedrum and high-ranking member of the Adaptus Ministorum, has repeatedly asked me to investigate the Scarred Hands gang for renegade activity. I've no evidence of them participating in significant criminal activity. They seem to have a strong presence at the refinery, where many work and defend themselves from cutter encroachment, but I'm not sure why the Archdeacon himself has ordered this task.
Mm-hmm.
Are we gonna get Enoch to scalp us fucking Archdeacon?
Well, unfortunately, he's apparently paying attention now. So he's been like looking at the walls and he's like, it's all beginning to make sense. And of course there's recaf in the room, so he's like sipping on this. This is not a heresy. She was sniffing out heresy, and basically what all this is starting to link up in his mind, and he's just kind of he's tired as well, so he's kind of like just running at the mouth.
Manic.
So this Novum was investigating cutter activity. The cutters have been making friends through this Cathedral of Rationed Hope. The Archdeacon himself has been seen to be involved with that. He has endorsed it, as we've heard.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's having the Arbites investigate the rival gangs of the cutters. Seems to me that it may well be that Archdeacon Artosi may in fact be involved with all of this. And I hate to think that he might have been involved with the accident very directly.
It's at that moment, Enoch, where something, a guiding presence, your own intuition.
He's 100% thinking that it's Artosi is the guy that she grabbed hold of, and he had something like a personal shield. Like, that's
yeah. But
I think Artosi may himself be the individual we're looking for.
And that's where this intuition, this guiding force, perhaps something greater than you reach down and fiddle with a scroll of parchment in front of you. This piece of parchment is one of the most recent dated pieces of correspondence from Novum. Observations on a group of cutters leaving the Claymore bar near the acid refinery. They accompanied a robed figure and what appeared to be servitors. She notes on this scroll that she intended to follow them, suspecting that this might be their connection to premium equipment. You spend a few more minutes, half an hour or so, just scanning the last few documents, but nothing else crops up.
When is that last last piece of information dated? Is it like days before?
It is
the
indeed.
incident?
It is indeed the day of the incident.
Well, perhaps we should head back to base, get some rest, and pick our next target. The Claymore, perhaps? Or the Cathedral?
Agreed.
We'll have to tread carefully, as we're supposed to be reporting for the benefit of someone who is now potentially a suspect.
Once we have concrete proof, we'll inform the Lord. I do believe we are for 2.5 days.
Yes. We'll have to be swift about it.
Go box all this up. Make yourself useful, Osterin. I know you're bored.
I would imagine, since he's muted, Osterin probably just kicks. He's probably stepped away, knowing our luck. Starts kicking pieces of parchment into the locker, and it's there where, with a heavy slam, the door closes. For the sake of time, you make your way back towards the tram system, find the duty officer slumped over one of the chairs, fast asleep. Eventually waking her up, you make your way back down the tram system towards the entrance offices of Precinct Fortress Majoris. A few pleasantries are exchanged, and she hands you her Vox contact details, should you need to get in touch with her in the future. She doesn't seem to be too interested in knowing anything further. As soon as, if one of you perhaps mentioned the Archdeacon, she would pretty much clamp up. So go on, Enoch.
No, I was just gonna say, I feel like she was taking that little, like, the opportunity to take a break. She probably doesn't want the paperwork associated with knowing anything, and she wants plausible deniability in case something horrible happens. Like, she's just trying to
CYA.
get by.
Yeah. All right. So with that, you make your way back down the stairwell, escorted by 4 Vigilites. This time, their shotguns pointed at the Incarceratum crowd rather than at you. And with a quick hop, skip, and a jump back on the aero, on the AV, Ratchet takes you back towards the Thala hostelry.
Very well.
Where I think a well-deserved rest's in order, but we'll find out what Nuros has been up to in the confines of his room next week, as you all return.
Yeah, after he abandoned us.
Son of a bitch. The one episode that we needed him.
Inquisition doing inquisitive things. Fancy that. Who'd have thunk? Yeah, I hope everything makes sense, because it's quite a heady investigation.
Yeah. The lines are starting to draw together into one tangible lead.
And at the centre of it, the Archdeacon seems to be the prime suspect.
Suspect number 1.
So,
Yeah.
go on.
I don't know. I'm just hoping that we get definitive proof of what's going on before the next time, because, like, I unfortunately took the hatred talent. So, it's like, oh, you're a heretic, and I'm completely under the impression you're a heretic. Better make a save not to just attack you.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to that.
Till next time, the Emperor protects.
Yeah. Close it out. What do we say, everyone?
Goodbye, Chad.
Good session.
For the Emperor.
For the Emperor.
Bye, chat. Don't be a heretic.
I will find you.
Go on, Enoch.
Yeah. No one expects the Inquisition. Also, see you next time for Imperium Maledictum, and also you better be there tomorrow for prize.
God damn it. All right, bugger off. Whoop. Everyone, thank you as always for joining us. I'm going to head over to the end. There we go. Screen got there eventually. Holy shit, words are difficult. What a session. Very details heavy. Much inquisiting. Many questions. Much lore. But I hope everyone enjoyed it as much as we did. And again, Lucius, thank you for the 61-month resub. Divrak, thank you for the 34-month resub. Orcskull, thank you for the 13-month resub. Valorant, thank you for the gifted sub. Noxious Druid then came in throwing out 210 bits. Thank you, Noxious. Durs, thank you for the gift sub. Scobsu, thank you for gifting Vexing Cat a gift sub. And of course, thank you, Vexing Cat, for the gifted subs. It is appreciated, everyone. Yeah, let's try and find someone to raid. And if I don't see you all tomorrow for Pariahs, hopefully I'll see you all next Saturday for episode 4 of Imperium Maledictum. Ta-ta for now.